Welcome, everyone. This is the Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen meeting for October 6, 2020. We're letting folks in. Sorry I had to wait in the waiting room a little bit, but we are ready to commence. Is the board ready?
Mm-hmm.
All
Yes.
right. Then I would like to just state that in response to Governor Baker's declaration of public health emergency and related emergency executive orders, the Town of Scituate public meeting shall be remotely held until further notice. This meeting will be recorded and viewed live on Scituate Community Television Facebook page, and the recorded meeting will be available the following day on Comcast Channel 9 and YouTube. If you have found us on Zoom, thank you. For those who are on Facebook Live, if you want to participate in the meeting at any point, you need to go to the agenda and click on the Zoom link. The Facebook Live broadcast will be just for your viewing pleasure only. And when we come to question and answer periods, you are to go into participants, and at the end, at the bottom, you'll see a raise hand function. So please use that when it comes to that point. We have a very packed agenda tonight. So to kick things off, I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask for an acceptance of the agenda. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
So moved by Mr. Vignani, seconded by Ms. Curran. Because we are working remotely, all votes will need to be taken by roll call. So Ms. Devitt?
Mrs. Canfield.
Yes.
Mr. Vignani.
Yes.
Ms. Conley.
Yes.
Ms. Curran.
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
All right, the agenda is accepted 5-0. We've gone over the procedures. We have a full agenda. I just want to let everyone know, especially our intrepid behind the scene folks, that we'll plan on taking a break because it's such a long meeting around 8:45, I think, after we get to the CPC function. So you can put that on your calendar. And I also want to announce that the next, I'm sure Ann Burbine will announce this as well, but the planning board will be hosting the final workshop on the master plan next Tuesday, October 13th at 7 p.m. also via Zoom. Really important way to engage in making thoughtful plans for our community for the next 10 years and more. So with that, we will go to any Zoom-ins or walk-ins. Again, if you would like to participate, please go to the raise hand function and raise your hand. I'm going to scroll through here. I do not see anybody who wants to Zoom in or walk in. So we will move right to the town administrator's report. Jim?
Sure. Good afternoon, good evening. COVID first. As of yesterday, we had 6 cases in Scituate in the past week. We had 2 more last night and 1 that's today, so that's 9 since last Monday. One of these was a college student. So the last couple of weeks when we've had high numbers, a lot of them have been college students. This time we only have 1, so those other 8 are in Scituate. We are still currently in the yellow on the infectious rate map for the state. Our positivity rating last week for the 14 days was 1.49%, which is down slightly from the week before. The new number will come out tomorrow. And that 2-week positivity rate is really the thing we need to track as opposed to daily COVID numbers. So when we get that tomorrow, we'll see where that's trending. When it gets above 2 and starts trending higher into the 2s towards 3, that's when we're going to have to start looking at whether or not we want to start restricting people's activities again. So we hope it doesn't get to that. The governor has put us into phase 3, step 2 of reopening. Outdoor gatherings can now be up to 100 people. That's up from 50. Private gatherings are still limited to 25. Bar seating is allowed in restaurants, but only with social distancing and food service. You still can't go in and just have a drink. You have to have something to eat. I think what we saw over the weekend with the president getting COVID, I think that just shows that it's still out there. It's still happening. We need to remain vigilant. We need to wear our masks. We need to keep our hands clean. We need to stay home if we're sick. The state numbers are trending up the last couple of weeks. So as the weather gets cold and when people get inside, we should see an uptick in those numbers if people do not follow the proper procedures. So if we want to keep things opening, we want to keep schools open, we want to keep stores and restaurants and things open, then people need to remain vigilant. We are now in an extreme drought for southeastern Massachusetts that was raised last week from severe to extreme. We are still asking people to make a concerted effort to save water. The reservoir's at 28.18%. That's down slightly, about 1% from the week before. We got just over a half inch of rain in the last week. The treatment plant, water through the treatment plant was down from 731,000 to 612,000. We believe because of the rain, people just didn't water. So with a couple of days of rain, our water usage dropped over 110,000 gallons a day on average. That tells us it's people putting it on the lawns. It's not people in their houses. It's not people having long baths or showers. It's people putting it on their lawns. So we need people to conserve water. We need them to stop doing the outdoor watering. That's where they're seeing most of the usage. We are still finding. We will continue to find. The weather forecast is for some more rain this week, so that is a good thing. On a happy note, for the 6th year in a row, Nancy and her finance team have been awarded a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our FY19 Comprehensive Annual Financial Report, or our CAFR, by the Government Finance Organizations. Really, this is a group effort by all the departments, except me. I really don't have anything to do with it. I just oversee the whole thing. But Nancy and the finance staff, Pam Vitabali, and the rest of that staff do a fantastic job. It is really an award of excellence in accounting, and they should be warmly congratulated for that 6 years in a row. That's pretty good. A couple quick FYIs. Police and fire departments will be doing training the next 4 Wednesdays at the high school complex. They're doing them on Wednesdays because Wednesday is an all-remote day for the schools. They'll be working on school type of training with school rescues and things like that. So people see the fire trucks and so police cars between 10 and 12 at the high school tomorrow. It's training. There's nothing else going on at the school at that time. We also have a high wind watch in effect for the next couple of days. Tomorrow night into Thursday, we can get gusts up into 40 to 50 mile an hour range. It could be a little tricky with all the leaves still on the trees. We may have some scattered power outages, but it does not look like it's going to be a water event. The wind's going to be out of the southwest, so that should prevent really the flooding that we get with the northwest or northeast wind. Grant update real quick. We're up to $1,531,758.70 in grants year to date. They'll go across all departments. The board has gotten a copy of that grant list, so you have it. Cedar Point is ongoing. We are still doing laterals at this point. They should be starting the main trunk line in the next couple of weeks, and that's when that project will really becoming disruptive out there. That'll be street closures and things like that, but we will let the residents know as soon as that's going to happen what to expect. As I said last week, the Cole Parkway Marina project is scheduled to start after October 15th. That's when boats come out of the water. That is putting the piers on pilings. There will be a laydown area in Cole Parkway. We'll be getting that map up within the next 2 days, showing people where some of the traffic will be detoured around there. We'll lose those parking spaces up against the walkway in some of those areas. But it should be minimal disruption once we get the barriers up and the traffic rerouted through that area. That's really all I have for tonight. Try to be quick because I know we have a full agenda.
Great, thank you, Mr. Boudreau. The next item on our agenda is a joint appointment with the planning board. And because we are conducting this portion with the planning board, I will ask Ann Burbine to unmute, who is the chair. We are not making all of the other board members co-hosts because of the limitations of this platform. So we will have to unmute individually. I assume that, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I think Ben Bornstein is Ben B.
Yep.
Let's see, who else? Who else am I looking for? Do you have the list?
Rebecca. I have the list.
Okay, if somebody.
Ann Burbine, Stephen Pritchard, Pat Lambert, Rebecca Lewis, and Ben Bornstein.
Okay, and can we unmute more than one? Sorry, everyone, we're just trying to figure all this out. Let's see.
Yes, if we can just ask them to unmute. Yep.
Okay, so I've done Ben and Rebecca. I do not see Mr. Pritchard. Patricia, you're there.
Yeah.
Does anyone know if Steve's got under a different name?
No, not that we know of.
Okay. So Anne, I will ask you to call your board into, we have to do that, right? Call their, okay.
We will do that when we do a roll call vote.
Okay. Okay. All right, then I will turn it over to Ms. Burbine. We are discussing a joint appointment by the Board of Selectmen and the Planning Board, which is required by state law when there is an opening, and this is for the alternate position. Anne?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The planning board would like to place into nomination Robert McLean, who works for FEMA. And hello, who works for FEMA. And so it was a unanimous vote by the planning board to bring him on board. So I am putting him into nomination to fill this term from Rebecca Lewis.
Great, thank you, Anne. We've received the background information, and I can see Mr. McLean's face. I'm waiting. Thank you so much for considering, and thank you for all the applicants. It certainly is an impressive background, and we appreciate the planning board bringing you forward. I would ask if anyone on the Board of Selectmen has any questions for Mr. McLean. Don't see anyone. Okay. Then do we both boards need to make a motion?
Just the Board of Selectmen.
Okay. Oh, right, because they're
And then
already.
we'll do a roll call vote with everybody.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. Do I
You're
have a motion?
Move to appoint Robert T. McLean to the alternate member vacancy until the 2021 annual town election.
Moved by Ms. Connolly. Is there a second? By Mr. Goodrich. We will do a roll call vote of the board.
So I will do the planning board first. Miss Ann Burbine,
Aye.
Mr. Stephen Pritchard, Miss Pat Lambert,
Great.
Patricia Lambert. I see Patricia Lambert.
And I've unmuted.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Pat. Miss Rebecca Lewis,
Aye.
Mr. Benjamin Bornstein,
Ben, you're still unmuted. Hold on. Okay.
City of Boston residents.
Aye.
Okay.
okay, and now I'll move to the Board of Selectmen. Miss
Who are
Canfield,
over the age of
Yes.
18.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Miss Curran,
Yes.
Miss Conley,
Yes,
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay, so we will send Mr. McLean a letter with his appointment tomorrow, and then he will come in and see the town clerk to get sworn in.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. The motion passed unanimously for both boards, and thank you for your service, and I'm sure you'll be a great addition to the board. All right. You guys are all more than welcome to hang out if you want.
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is a public hearing. We can't do that yet because it's not 7. We're ahead of schedule.
We could do the next item.
Yeah,
The
I-
Bay Ridge Road waterfront.
As long as the board has no objection, we must hold public hearings at the time posted. This one's not until 7, so we will skip it for now and come back to it in a minute. And we will discuss both Bay Ridge Road, waterfront, no parking signage. Do we have Mr. McCarthy? Yes, we do. Wait, where'd you go? There you go, Sean. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if we can unmute you. Trying. There you go.
That work?
Yep.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Residents of Bay Ridge Road came before the Traffic Rules and Regulations Committee earlier this summer due to basically a lot of people parking on the sides of the roadway to access Museum Beach. This is one roadway off of Jericho Road located by Barker and Foam and some of the other roads that was not listed in Schedule 2 of the traffic rules waterfront zone, which has a no parking for 12 months of the year. The residents came before us concerned that emergency vehicles and deliveries couldn't be made due to all the traffic parked on the sides of the road. So we asked them to get a petition together so that it wasn't just presented by 2 of the residents. We did receive a petition that 9 of the 11 residents on Bay Ridge Road had signed to designate Bay Ridge Road as a no parking 12 months of the year Schedule 2 waterfront zone. I don't know if anyone is on the line from the residents, but I'm speaking for the Traffic Rules and Regulations Committee. We did discuss it after the petition, and all of the members of the committee were in support of designating Bay Ridge Road as a no parking on the sides of the roadway 12 months of the year.
Thank you, Sean. If you are a resident and would like to, or anyone from the public that would like to talk, to comment about this, would you use the raise hand feature under participants? And we will get to you. I will now ask the board if they have any questions about this designation. Mr. Vignani?
Yeah, Sean, just a quick question. What was the reason behind it? Why did the board, or why did the Traffic and Rules think that it was such a good
It was
decision to
odd
do?
that this one roadway wasn't included with all the surrounding roadways.
So
Those-
Foam and all those other ones are already designated that way?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, Brookline, Wellesley. It was like this one was overlooked. Damon, Otis, Barker. Everybody else in the area is already designated as no parking.
Okay, I didn't get that. Did you discuss where you would expect people to park that wanted to go to Museum Beach?
We didn't. It seemed more of a safety concern to the residents on that roadway that they were even having trouble getting up and down due to the vehicles parking along the edges of the roadway.
Right. It's a narrow street too.
It is.
Okay, I would assume that we would expect people to park at Pier 44 if they wanted to, if residents wanted to use that beach.
Sure. Even well, I'm not sure if it's all boat parking, but at the state boat ramp too, which is even a little closer.
Right. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Are there any other board comments about this matter? Okay, we do have a raised hand. Mark, I assume it's Mark Sanderson. I'm going to unmute you. Hopefully it works. Mark? There you go.
Hello, thank you very much, appreciate it. I just was going to add to Tom's statement that there's also public beach parking with beach parking for the town right over by the general store, which is about the same distance away from the loading ramp.
Okay,
Good to know.
great. Thank you for that comment.
Thank you.
Okay, my only comment is that, all this residents sign this thing and hopefully they remember that. That also means that when they have 6 people over, they're not on the street as well. But they're aware of that. If there's no further discussion on this matter, I'll entertain a motion.
Move that the Board of Selectmen approve the designation of Bay Ridge Road as a waterfront no parking zone.
Moved by Ms. Curran, seconded by Mr. Vignani. Seeing no further discussion, we will take a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Our next item, I don't know if we can get done in 8 minutes. Mr. Clark, we are supposed to talk about collective bargaining, and we are trying to wait to the 7 o'clock mark to start the transfer of beer and wine as required in a public hearing. What do you think, Mr. Boudreau? Should we we can be a little late for that. We just can't be early, right?
Yeah, it's a pretty short collective bargaining what Bob has to put for you tonight, so I don't think it'll take more than a couple minutes.
All right, then we'll move on to the 725 item is the collective bargaining memo agreements for SEIU Local 888 Tosca and AMP bargaining units. And Mr. Bob Clark, who is our Human Resources Director, will overview that for the board. Let me see. Bob, we will unmute you. You have power now. The way you should. There you go.
Thank you. So yes, we're presenting 2 memorandums of agreement for the 1-year extension, 1-year extension to the collective bargaining agreements for Tosca, which is a clerical bargaining unit, and AMS, which is the management unit, both represented by SEIU 888. So we began negotiations for a 3-year extension back in January of 2020. We ended up having some tentative agreement on a number of issues, and then COVID struck, and there was a request from the union to suspend negotiations at that time. So we didn't meet for a period of time. In the summer, the union 888, local 888 approached us and asked if we would be willing to agree to a 1-year extension of the contract, basically adding in the things that we had already had tentative agreements on, and which would allow us to kind of basically get through this year, and then in the new year we could sit down again and reconvene and look to do a contract extension. So we ultimately agreed to do a 1-year extension, 1.5% cost of living wage adjustment. The MOAs, which the board should have before them, it's really a lot of the tentative agreements that we reach are some basic cleanup language. I mean, there was some old language that existed that was just not relevant anymore. There was some clarifying language that we put in there to clarify who was in the union and who wasn't. So there's not a lot of substantive changes to the contract. It was more issues around clarifying language and deleting some old outdated language. So at this point, we're just looking to have the board review and approve the MOAs for those two collective bargaining units.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Oak. Mr. Bedreau, did you want to add anything about this process?
It's been a little different with COVID, but we're still working on the other contracts, but I think this is a way to get these contracts at least put to bed for a little bit, and then we can get back to them as our budget pictures become a little more clear.
Okay. Does the board have any questions about this matter? I see shaking heads. Great. Well, thank you I know it's a little challenging to come to an agreement during this 6-month weirdness that we're already into. So thank you for that. If the board, is there any comment from the public about the collective bargaining memos being discussed? You can raise your hand. I see no hands. So if there's no other further comment from the board, I will entertain a motion from someone.
Move to approve the collective bargaining memorandums of agreement for SEIU Local 888, Tosca and AMPS bargaining units.
Thank you, Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Connolly. We will go to a roll call vote.
Canfield,
Aye.
Mr. Vignani,
Aye.
Ms. Conley,
Aye.
Ms. Curran,
Aye, yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
All right, thank you. That motion passes 5-0. I think we are close enough to, because of technology, to getting the right people on, that we can start the public hearing to discuss vote the transfer of a beer and wine package store annual liquor license from Sand Hills General Store to SHGS LLC, doing business as Sand Hills General Store. And we need to find Brian Doyle and unmute you. Do we see him?
I got him.
You got him? Okay.
You could have on this particular topic, John Danahy, Brian Doyle, Leslie Dagmar. Leslie, forgive me with your last name.
Elmo, it's okay.
Thank you.
Seth, you got it?
I have Brian. Yes, I'm looking for the rest.
Okay. Well, wait.
Leslie is with me.
Oh, Les, they're together, so.
Okay. Oh, good. Twofer. Hi, guys.
Oh,
Is Mr. Danahy also joining or no?
If they can raise their hand, that is best.
Yeah, if you can raise your hand if you're supposed to be part of this conversation, that will help move us along. Seth will look for that, and we will get started. Thank you for joining us. You are the about to be or the new owners of?
We are about
Why
to
don't
be.
you walk us through what you're trying to do?
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair and Board of Selectmen. We are purchasing the Sand Hills General Store from Sand Hills General Store LLC to our own LLC, SHGS LLC. Closing is scheduled for beginning of November, and we are looking for approval of the transfer of the beer and wine license from Sand Hills General Store to SHGS.
Okay. The board in their package has received a great deal of backup, including your contract for agreement, for sale, your licensing applications, your query checks, all of that. But I will open it up for questions from the board. Does anyone have questions they'd like to direct to this matter? Okay, I saw Mr. Vignani first, then Ms. Curran.
Hi, how are you? And congratulations. I just wanted to know what your experience is in this field and your experience with a liquor license and kind of your intentions of it and any changes to the store.
Sure. As far as experience is concerned, neither my wife or I have been involved in a liquor store before, or a liquor license. My experience, I do have experience as a member of the Scituate Beach Association for a number of years, and as serving as president there, and certainly understanding the responsibilities of alcohol sales, especially once we obtained our license there. And certainly as a member of the Bar Association, taking laws very seriously, and as a parent of a 17, soon to be 18-year-old child, I certainly understand the value of the alcohol laws and, underage drinking and monitoring of that and so forth. I've been involved in sales before, but not alcohol sales. Prior to practicing law, ran a coffee shop while in law school, while putting myself through law school. But again, we didn't have liquor sales there. So the liquor sales aspect will be new to both of us, but we've hired a manager who is currently being trained by the current owners, and she will have 3 months of management training there before we even transfer the property or the business from them to us. And we will certainly put everybody through tips training, as well as creating a alcohol sales policy that needs to be followed to the letter.
Great. And do you expect to make any changes, or is it going to be the same type of establishment in terms of the liquor sales?
No, we don't intend to make any changes at all. We're just looking to carry the torch forward from what the prior owners, Meg and Dan, I think as a member of the community here for the last 15 years, we're very appreciative of the efforts that the McAdams family has made, and we just look to carry on the business and serve the community as best we can.
Right. And are you purchasing their carding system as well? I think they have
that was certainly part of the business, and as we've been told and understand, it is the gold standard, and we've been trained on the system. It is a pretty easy system to understand, and one that it's an annual subscription, updates monthly, so it stays on top of changes to licenses and so forth. So yes, we have bought the machine, and we will subscribe to the updates on a yearly basis.
Great. And I'll just say, like I said, to everybody that gets a liquor license in town, that we do take it very seriously, the underage drinking, the kids in the area down there. And, we've got penalties in place if it gets violated, and we just ask you to take it very seriously and pay attention to that.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Ms. Curran?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, Tony, I checked off all my 3 questions. I think we often ask the same 3, but congratulations to you, Brian. I do want to also reiterate that I think, the McAdams have done a great job. I don't think there have been any violations there in the past couple of years. So hopefully you'll be able to uphold that same standard, because that, being right in the center of a summer beach community there, I know it can be difficult to enforce sometimes, young crowds that are there. So I look forward to you being successful there. And like Tony said, we do take it seriously. So we appreciate your respect for, the tip certification and utilizing that system and making sure all your new employees are trained on it as soon as possible.
Absolutely.
But congratulations.
Thank you.
Is there more comment from the board? Mr. Goodrich?
I just kind of want to reiterate, yeah, I mean, number one, thank you for, for making sure this continues and goes forward. It is certainly going to be a challenge with so many folks with masks on, trying to figure out exactly. So I'm so glad to hear that card system is still going to be in use. But again, just thank you for being part of the business community here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Okay, I will ask if anyone in the listening in would like to comment about this. This is a public hearing. This is your opportunity to chime in. Please raise your hand in the chat function, in the participants function at the bottom. And seeing none, I will just, I think the other board members have covered everything, and thank you so much for your attention to the concerns and the details. It sounds great. I can't wait to come down and get a sandwich from you guys. So if there's no further comments or questions, I will entertain a motion. Do we have one? I couldn't find it.
Yes, there are actually two motions. This is Lorraine. One for the transfer of the liquor license and one for the common victual license.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. Is that the beginning of the documentation? I had trouble.
Yes.
Okay. Bear with us. As you may imagine, this is a serious transfer, so there's a lot of documentation. Anyone find it? Anybody want to take a crack at it?
Well, just want to make sure we're specific because it's very important.
Yeah. Hold on.
Lorraine, do you happen to know what page?
I did not look at the page. I can.
Let me try.
I could read the motion for you, and you could.
I can try it. Move that the Board of Selectmen approve the transfer of the beer and wine package store annual liquor license from Sandhills General Store to SHGH LLC, doing business as Sandhills General Store, Brian Doyle.
For the premise located at 160 Turner Road,
For the premise located at 160 Turner Road,
Scituate.
Scituate, Massachusetts, United States of America.
Okay.
Moved by Ms. Connolly. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, second by Mr. Goodrich. No further comments. We will do a roll call vote.
Okay. Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani. Mr. Vignani.
He's on mute.
He's on mute.
A mute.
Oh.
Yes. Yes, yes,
Ms.
yes.
Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay, and then the second vote is to approve the common victular license to SHGS LLC, doing business as Sandhill General Store, pending Board of Health approval.
And it's 162 Turner Road?
160.
Oh, I knew I'd get something wrong. Okay. Move that the Board of Selectmen approve the common victual license for SHGH LLC.
SHGS.
SHGS. I won't volunteer for this job again.
Sorry.
LLC, that's all right. Doing business as Sandhills General Store, located at 160 Turner Road, Scituate, Massachusetts, pending Board of Health approval.
Moved by Ms. Connolly. Is there a second? Second by Ms. Curran. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will roll call vote, please.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Board moves unanimously in support of this motion. Congratulations and good luck with the sale and the completion of the transfer.
Great, thank you.
All
Good
right.
luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Our next item on the agenda is to interview boards and committees. We are ahead of schedule, but I do see that Kelly is here. If the board wants to, if the board wants to grab their backup. Before we start with that, I just want to say a couple things. A special thank you to Lorraine and Allison in the Board of Selectmen's office every year. When we go through the process of, I'm down here, process of figuring out what committees and boards are and applicants, they put together this book. And we are so grateful that people raise their hand to be considered, and we are even more grateful that we have it organized so that we can appropriately review and appoint these important boards. We'll do the interviews now in this next section. The votes will be considered later in the agenda, including there are some open renewals for consideration, but we will do that all at the end if the board is comfortable with moving ahead with votes. So the first two applicants are for a position open on the Board of Health. And we are going to kind of do speed dating here. We do have a lot of background information on everyone. So I hope you won't feel like we don't give you enough time, but we do want to meet you. So I'd first like to ask Kelly Roach. Let's see. We will unmute you. Oh, you already are. Okay. Nice to see you.
Nice to
You're
see you
interested in
guys.
the Board of Health. Why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself while I find your
Sure. Yeah, so my name's Kelly Roach. I live at Shadwell Road here on Scituate. I've been a registered nurse for 24 years, a Scituate resident for the past 14. For the past 21 years, I've been a Scituate school nurse, and I'm also a nurse at Boston Medical Center in the emergency department. For the past year and a half, I've been the district nurse leader, and in my role as the nurse and the nurse leader, I've had the opportunity to work closely with the Board of Health, with Drew and Eileen, in the past, more around organizing flu clinics and things that may come up during the year for staff, but most recently in all things COVID management, worked with them with contact tracing for the school department and the town, and with my background and experience and the professional relationship that I have currently with the board, I feel like I'd be a good member of the team.
Great, thank you so much. I will note that we're lucky we have two applicants. We have one opening right now, and obviously this is one of the most important boards given the public health emergency we're all in. So does the board have any questions for Kelly? Mr. Vignani?
Sure. Hi, Kelly. Thank you for participating here.
Sure.
Are there any current topics that you find that you're very interested in or that you have an opinion on that are going on in front of the Board of Health right now?
Right now, my real involvement has been with COVID-19, and I think that's a super important topic on the forefront currently. So I'm very interested in that. I've been working really closely and really hard all summer long with DPH and the board, and right now I can't think of anything more important than the health of our residents, especially with relation to our kids in our community.
I agree with you. And any particular reason why you're getting involved now?
I've really enjoyed the work I've been doing with the school and the relationship with them, and I've been wanting to get involved with the town things for a while, and I felt like this would be a perfect opportunity.
Great. Thanks for applying.
Thank you.
Any other board member questions? Okay. Great, wow. Yes, thank you so much for applying. We do have your complete resume, and we have had a chance to review that. The only thing I will ask is, obviously, if you've been working with Board of Health, you know that there's a lot of other issues that are just sort of the mundane day-to-day things, sewer and restaurants and all that.
Yes.
And comfortable with those categories?
Yep. We'll learn more clearly, but I am comfortable in learning more, yes.
Okay, great. And you've already said you've participated with the board, so you're comfortable.
Yes.
Okay, great. Any other questions for Kelly? Oh, Maura, Ms. Curran?
Sure. Hi, Kelly. Thank you for coming forward. Do you think that time will be any issue, spending, being a school nurse and working long hours as you do? How do you feel about the time commitment?
So in speaking with the Board of Health, they've informed me what the time commitment looks like, and I'm very good at time management and multitasking, and I give 100% to what I do, I think I'll be fine with the time commitment.
Okay, great. Because I think, as Tony said, this is one of the more important boards that we have, and full participation and attendance is so important. So I have no doubt that you have the experience, obviously, of great experience to bring forth. So just want to make sure that the board's able to leverage that experience that you bring on a consistent basis.
Absolutely.
Great. Well, thank you. You have a great resume, and thank you for your service to the town already.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no further questions for Kelly, then I would like to ask Karen Conley, as opposed to Karen Connolly. Have
I
we,
used to get phone calls. They thought I was a nurse, and I said, no, I think you're talking about the other Conley.
Conley with,
Conley. Yeah.
yeah. Do we see, I don't see her in the,
I can't find her.
I can't find her. Okay. Well, we will keep an eye on her. Maybe she hasn't joined because we are a little ahead of schedule. So why don't we move on to the next category of committees, which is our cable TV applicant. Mr. Hardy, this is tab 8 for the board. We have one opening and one renewal on this board. And Mr. Hardy is right there. Hello.
Hi.
Has applied for this position. Would you like to tell us why you're interested in this position?
Sure. Thank you very much. I'm a relatively new resident of Scituate. I've only lived in Scituate for 6 years after moving from East Bridgewater. And when I was in East Bridgewater, I was on the East Bridgewater Community Television Board for 9 years, from 2000 to 2009. And I thoroughly enjoyed that opportunity. That was when we were transitioning away from a employee of Comcast who was responsible for all the broadcast to a more of an independent group that kind of created local programming, and we were able to utilize some of the money we got from Comcast during the Board of Selectmen at the time negotiated a great contract, and we got a lot of upfront money to upgrade the studio. The Comcast also agreed to put in some live drops around town. And we were able to use some of that money to create a mobile studio, like a panel van. And we were able to broadcast live parades, sporting events. We had a live drop at the high school auditorium. We had a live drop at the football field. We had a live drop in downtown East Bridgewater, if there is such a thing, the town common, where all the parades went right by. So we were able to broadcast all the parades live. And there were a couple of other drops strategically placed in anticipation of some new construction, and outfitted a recycled Ford panel van to a mobile studio. And we were able to do that and kind of try to make Channel 9 a destination rather than something you might come across flicking. And of course now, with everybody has high def television, local cable channels are generally not in the high def category. So as you're flicking through channels, you don't even come to local cable. So I had an opportunity to work with Seth Pfeiffer a little bit when I'm a search consultant with the Mass Association of School Committees, and I worked with the Scituate School Committee to bring Bill Burkhead to Scituate, and I had an opportunity to work with Seth Pfeiffer a little bit to get the interviews, because we were all Zoom all the time at that point. All the interviews were done online. Ms. Connolly was one of the screening committee members who helped with that process, and we were able to get all those interviews rebroadcast through the Scituate Community Television YouTube site. So chatting a little bit with Seth about some of the things going on, and we talked a little bit about what we were able to accomplish in East Bridgewater, and it kind of piqued an interest in me. I left that committee in 2009 as some of my other responsibilities kind of ratcheted up, and it became a time issue. But I was able to recruit a really good person to fill my seat. But now I'm kind of, it's something I like doing, and I'd like to get back involved.
Great. Thank you for that. And thank you, Seth, for getting that hook in and wheeling in. I will see if the board has any questions for Mr. Hardy.
I do.
Mr. Conley?
I actually don't have any questions. I would just like to say that Jim turned the entire search process on a dime, from going to in-person interviews with a 17-person committee, and I think 8 candidates, and it was seamless. I was skeptical, but he spent hours with us, the screening committee, via Zoom, and I can't say enough about what a great job he did. So I was very excited to see his name on this committee application. So he gets my full endorsement as a good citizen, and I think he'll be a real asset to the committee.
Thank you.
Great. Anyone like to add anything to that? Tony?
Just a quick question, Jim, if you can go over some of the other content. You mentioned parades and sporting events and stuff like that. Is there any other interesting content that you brought to the
Sure. We had been running a show called All Politics is Local, hosted by a gentleman, Peter Spagone. And of course, the title is a take on Tip O'Neill's famous quote that all politics is local. And it was Peter interviewing local officials. It was, from the Board of Health agent to the town administrator to select people to school committee members to council on aging members. It was just like, talking about things that happen locally. That was one thing. But the thing that I was most proud of is that as we were able to expand the program, and there were 2 things we were able to take advantage of. One, the studio was located in the high school. So we were actually able to become a club. We created a East Bridgewater Community Television Club with the director, or the executive director, as a advisor to that group. And we were able to bring high school students who are interested in television or journalism, and they kind of created their own shows. And one of the things they did every day, they had a news break. The news, like as kids were walking in the halls, and they had TV monitors in the halls and so forth. They were, it's like this 5-minute news update that the students produced. The students ran the cameras, and the students hosted, and they took turns. So a host this week might be on a camera next week, which might be on a mixing board the week after, and then in the control room the week after, and they kind of rotated around. And we were able to do some fundraising, and we were able to award 2 $500 scholarships each year to a senior who was graduating, who took part in that program and was going to further their education in journalism. The second one was that we were able to take part in the senior tax credit program for volunteers, where seniors volunteer hours to community service. And we were able to take part in that. And we were able to get seniors to run cameras and the control room for school committee meetings, for selectmen's meetings, Board of Health meetings. We were able to add more boards to the live broadcast on the local channel. And the seniors appreciated it. In fact, some of them worked well beyond their eligible credit hours because they liked doing it. Because of all that, we were able to broadcast things like graduation. We were able to broadcast. They have a junior prom parade through the town common, where all the juniors, all dressed up, will kind of get, do this promenade around the town common. That got broadcast live and then re-recorded. We were able to do some of the when the school construction was going on, we went into the school with obviously wearing hard hats, but kind of showing the progress of the school project. Something similar like what the board's doing now with the updates that come out via email on the senior project. We would double with that, with that email with also a little video, in going on site with a camera and a crew, because we had that mobile studio, and kind of show some of that progress going on.
Thank you.
Things like, in Scituate, I could see Heritage Days being part of that broadcast as well.
Right.
Exciting. Mara, did you have your hand up? Yep.
I did. Hi, Jim, and thank you
Mara.
for coming forward. You seem like a terrific candidate. I just have one question. Seth and the team are looking at moving a lot of the programming to streaming to be, a little bit more up to date and to
Yep.
anticipate sort of the demise of broadcast, right? And cable. So curious as to what your thoughts are with that and any kind of experience and guidance and help that you can give Seth and the board to accomplish.
Sure. The streaming is the delivery mechanism, whether you send the signal out to, through the head end to cable, or you send it via the internet to a streaming service like YouTube that I believe Seth's using currently. That's just how you deliver it. You still have to do all the work to get it to that point. So that's the part that I really enjoy working on, is not, the delivery service. Once we hit the send button, to me, it doesn't really matter how it gets delivered to the public, whether it be through the internet, streaming, or cable TV. It's all that stuff that leads up to that delivery. That's the part that really excites me.
Great, thank you. Well, you sound like you have a lot of great ideas for new programming as well. So, and your experience with working on the school side also is a terrific asset, because I think a lot of folks in town also look to Seth and the cable committee to help foster, our student population's interest in journalism and broadcasting. Right. So you look great. Thanks for coming forward.
All right, thank you.
Great. Any other comments from the board? Yep, Mr. Goodrich.
I'll just say, first of all, I always say this committee is always much more important than I think the public realizes, the work that Seth has done to bring people together. Though I am, and you are a great candidate. I'm always just reminded, though, that the medium is the message. And I think Maura's right that while content is king, how that's delivered and how people are going to be consuming this information that we're trying to get out is so critical. And I really appreciate you stepping forward and helping just kind of people come together, especially as we move more to the streaming world. So thank you.
Welcome.
Great. Well, thank you. I think that concludes our questions. As I mentioned, we will be voting on all appointments later in the evening. So you're welcome to hang out with us, or Lorraine will give you a call tomorrow.
Thank you.
I do see that Karen Conley has joined us. Sorry, we were ahead of schedule. We'd like to unmute you and go back to our Board of Health applicant interviews. I will say, since you just joined us, that we're going quick because we got a long agenda tonight. We do have your backup material, which is impressive and substantial. And I'll let you introduce yourself to the board and tell us why you're interested in the Board of Health.
Great. Well, thank you for having me tonight. Sorry I was a little late. I was told 7:20, so good thing
you were told, right? We were fast.
So Karen Conley lived in Scituate for 28 years, which I can't believe I've been here for 28 years already. And I've been a nurse for over 30. So started out as a nurse. My clinical training is in oncology nursing. So started out with that level of practice, but the majority of my career has been spent in nursing executive practice. So I've been in local Boston area hospitals and downtown Boston hospitals, really running operations and in trying to improve health for the patients and the families that we served in those health systems. So great exposure to all things healthcare, obviously, and running those big health systems. But 2 years ago, I made a switch to a healthcare IT company. And so instead of really focusing on improving health for patients and families within a system, I'm now focused on improving access to healthcare across the country, which has been really interesting and an amazing change. It's allowed me to work from Scituate for the past 6 months, which has been a great change. But along the road, I've also had many volunteer opportunities as well. I was in the nurses' tent for the 100th Boston Marathon, which was really, really exciting, and I can't believe how long ago that was. Also, have the privilege of mentoring many young nurses. I currently am mentoring a nurse who is a Scituate native who's working on a master's degree in nursing. And then on several boards, we have a New England regional organization of nurse leaders where I've been a member for 25 years, served as the treasurer for several years, so working with a nonprofit organization there. And then more recently had the opportunity to serve on the Board of Registration and Pharmacy for the Commonwealth. That was an extremely interesting position in that I was the only nurse on the board. Also, it was right after the New England Compounding Center meningitis outbreak. And so, the majority of our time was really spent on really looking at those regulations and making sure that all those drugs that are compounded within the state and also those brought from outside the state were safe for the residents of the state. So that was a fantastic experience. Raised 3 children in Scituate, all through the Scituate schools. And I'm at a point now where I'm an empty nester and really, looking for an opportunity to give back to my local community, and saw this as an opportunity that maybe I could share my experience and really help improve the health of the residents of Scituate.
Great. Thank you so much. Quite an extensive background. I will, before my comments, see if the board has additional comments or questions that they'd like to ask. Mr. Vignani and Ms. Connolly after him.
Hi, Karen, and again, thanks for applying. I'll ask you what I asked the other candidate. Is there any particular topic that you find particularly interesting to you now, or that you think you could have a big impact on?
Coronavirus. So, I think what's been really interesting through my experience with that, obviously, if I was running a health system, I'd be knee deep in that right now. But I've been really interested to see how we've been able to help health systems across the country actually pivot and fix their access problems and change their access strategies based on coronavirus. So I've really been embedded in that work and the science around that. The other piece that I'm focusing on in my current role is really the mental health needs of citizens across the country. I think that, it had a bad stigma and have had problems for years and years and years of really being a problem that's recognized as a real problem. And it's really low, it has low reimbursement rates. I think the coronavirus has really made that an exponential increase in the amount of people across this country that are having mental health and behavioral health issues. And so that's another one of my passions, is really trying to figure out how to make sure those services are available to those that need them.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board?
Just one.
Yep. Oh, sorry. Yep.
Yes, thanks for applying, Karen. Are there any programs that you could see that Scituate would need to look at implementing beyond what we're already doing? And I know that, the health community is pretty active in Scituate, but is there any area that you see that we could do more, do better, or something that you would want to start up?
Well, I have to be honest, and I don't know the entire extent of what we offer now. So, but what I think is important to focus on is, for example, now really looking at those common public health needs. So right now, the focus is on not only coronavirus, but flu vaccines, and really trying to figure out how we make sure that all of our citizens are protected, given this kind of could be a twin pandemic, and hopefully it won't be. So I think what's important to do is really to make sure that we're following the science and we're looking at the trends and making sure that we're using that information to develop those programs that are important for the citizens of Scituate to maintain a level of health that's appropriate.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Goodrich?
That actually I wish I asked this to both candidates, but do you have any thoughts around, I guess, vaccine? I am deathly afraid of what might happen due to kind of vaccine hesitancy. Do you have any kind of experience with, as you said, about believing the science, talking about the science, and how do we get that word out about the efficacy and the safety for some of these vaccines? If you have any thoughts on that,
No, I absolutely do. I'm a huge vaccine proponent, obviously. I think it's really dispelling those myths and having someone that has the knowledge to be able to dispel those myths. So, for example, if we talk about the flu vaccine, there are a lot of pregnant women that think that they can't get a flu vaccine, but it's perfectly safe for a pregnant woman. Folks that have egg allergies also think that they can't get a vaccine. And it's true, they can't get the intramuscular injection, but they can get the nasal form of the vaccine and it be perfectly safe. So I think it's really making sure we're dispelling those myths. I think, it's going to be really interesting when we get to a coronavirus vaccine. I know there's a lot of press around that. And I really, truly believe that the CDC is going to make sure they're going through the right steps to make sure that it's a safe and effective vaccine. How that's distributed is going to be really interesting. I was privileged to be on a conference call with the American Nurses Association 3 weeks ago, and Dr. Anthony Fauci was on it. Of course, I was one of thousands of people, so we had no idea that I was on the call. But, he talked about once this vaccine is available, it's going to go to the frontline workers and healthcare workers first. So the public's not going to even have access to it. Then it'll go to those high risk type patients, so those elderly and those with comorbidities, and then it'll be available for the general public. It's going to be really interesting, and I think we have to, as all municipalities, really keep a close eye on that, because there may be an opportunity at some point where we can distribute the vaccine in our own town. And so I think it's really following that science and really making sure that we are on top of it and we're making it available when and if we're able to do that as a municipality.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Ms. Curran?
Yep, thanks, Karen, for coming forward. As you know, beyond COVID, the Board of Health also does cover wind turbine issues, septic issues, obviously, restaurant certifications.
Mm-hmm.
And you have such terrific professional experience and I would imagine connections at the state level. How do you foresee, leveraging those connections and bringing them to Scituate and bringing that type of a, high level view and bringing it to Scituate and helping us execute some things that we may not necessarily look at as a local town? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think one of the things, I think it is all in how you make those connections throughout your career. And I've been really fortunate to have exposure to lots of different entities and lots of different health systems and at the state level as well. And in every role that I've gone into, I've been able to kind of leverage those relationships and really make sure that we have the latest and greatest information to be able to use in whatever situation I'm in. And so that's, I think, one of the joys of my work is really being able to connect people. I'll give you an example of that. We have at my current company have a diversity, equity, inclusion committee. I mean, those things impact health. We had a panel presentation where there was a young nurse that was on. She was a nurse leader from Children's Hospital in Boston. And she was talking about the fact that she didn't think she could ever be a chief nurse because she never saw anyone that looked like her until she went to a major national conference. I have many colleagues that look like her. And so I was able to kind of connect her with those colleagues and really help, her to make those connections and really see that there are things that she can do. So, I mean, that's a minor example that might not apply to Scituate, but, I think that it's important to think about all of those confounding factors that go into health. And there are so many societal factors and just basic factors of food, water, and shelter. And those are all things that we have to worry about in Scituate as a committee. And so I think bringing in all those connections in order to make sure we have the latest and greatest information and I'm making those introductions, I think would be an important thing to bring to this role.
Well, that's terrific. And you also bring up a big role of the Board of Health, and they play in launching our shelters when we have our storms. And the Board of Health could really use some assistance with direction. I've worked with them in the past, not since Drew's been there, because we haven't had a ton of big storms since Drew's been there, but previously, and certainly some opportunities to learn from you. So thank you for coming forward and applying, and we appreciate it.
Well, thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Any other questions from the board? Any from the public? You scroll down, you can raise your hand in the participants if you would like to address any questions about the Board of Health applications. Don't see any. I think that my colleagues have answered or have asked all of the questions that I had. We are often in this position because we have such deep talent in our community where we have one position open and two extremely qualified and excellent candidates. So we thank you both for raising your hand. I can't remember if I mentioned when you got on, we will be voting at the end of, we'll discussing whether or not we're ready to vote. And if so, we will do that at the end of this meeting later today. So we're just going to do all the interviews now. So thank you so much for coming on and sharing your experience with us.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Thank you. Now, let's see. So then we've done that. Our next applicant, we have two applicants for the Historic Commission, which is tab 16 in our books. We have one opening on the Historic Commission. And as I said, two applicants. It's Susanna Green and Ashley Crozier. We'll go in that order because that's where it's listed for no particular reason. So Susanna, we will unmute you. Hi, welcome. If you would like to share with the board why you're interested in the Historic Commission and why you think you could contribute, go right ahead.
Sure. Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to interview for this position. Let's see, I'm a lifelong Scituate resident. So I, grew up, went to school here. I can actually trace my family all the way back to the founders of town. We've been here for 10 generations. I live in a historic home, so I understand the importance of having history preserved, but also being able to adapt it for modern uses. I've actually been volunteering with the Historic Commission or the Society for 4 years now, winding Lawson Tower clock. I'm actually the 5th generation in my family to wind the clock as well. My great-grandfather was the first clock winder. So being surrounded with the history of Scituate, I feel like it's in my blood. I can't escape it. I walk the properties. I see them every day. I want to preserve them. I want to preserve our resources for the future because that is what makes our town special and unique. That's why we have Heritage Days. That's to show off what's so special about our town. So I would like to continue to be more actively involved. I've actually had the opportunity to tag along with the Historic Commission and review some properties that, people have asked to, have them review for permits before they do any work, to get a sense of, what's involved and what they do. I am definitely, I'm very excited about the Mordecai Lincoln property joining the slew of properties that the town owns. Very interested in seeing what happens with the farm on Border Street as well. So yeah, I would just like the opportunity to be more involved and to have a say in what goes on in terms of our historic properties and, how they're preserved or used for the future.
Great. Thank you so much. I'll open it up to the board. Are there questions for Ms. Green? Everyone's quiet. You were thorough. I think we're all still thinking about winding the clock. That's very cool.
Yeah.
Mr. Vignani, did you have a question? Oh, you're muted, Tony. There you go.
Hi, Susanna. Have you been to some of the meetings and have you seen how they run business? And I know you've participated in a physical aspect, but have you actually been to the workings of the committee?
Yes, I did attend their last meeting via Zoom. So yeah, I did get the opportunity to sit in and listen and, see what they do. It's a lot of, great things like, getting the markers redone. There's so many little pieces to it. It's not just the big properties. You've got signs, things to be maintained, things to be redone. I'm trying to think what else. They had so many, little things on the agenda. Also working with the CPC, to see what, things that can be, recreated or fixed, or, just working with other departments in town to the benefit of all.
Right. Is there any particular property or particular restoration project that piques your interest?
I'm definitely curious, obviously, to see what happens with Old Gates. Not really your typical historical property, but I have some ideas I'd like to, explore and see if there's ways we can repurpose it as a town and make money, but also solve the parking situations and the field uses and things like that. That's sort of my forefront, but I'm definitely interested in seeing what comes with the Mordecai Lincoln property, as well as the farm. That farm I think that's an asset to us to have that piece of property, and I'd like to see how we could benefit from that, maybe in sort of community gardens or just something that's like a nice public use of the space.
Great. Thank you.
Just so people are wondering about that, the board will be meeting executive session on that topic at the end of this meeting tonight. Are there any more questions for Ms. Green? Okay.
Tony stole mine, so.
Oh, there you go. Great. Thank you so much. We will, as I said, we'll be voting at the end of today, we'll be discussing voting at the end of today, and we'll see how that goes. We do have another applicant, Ms. Ashley Crozier. Did I say that right?
Crozier, yes. Ashley
Yeah.
Crozier. Hi, everybody.
Hi.
My name's Ashley Crozier. I live on Barker Road. I am not a native to Scituate. I'm actually from California, so I've lived here 3 years, and I really just want to get more involved in the community. And I've been on the meetings with the historical committee, I believe the last 6 meetings. I was kind of roped into it from one of the members on the committee, Aubrey Schwartz. She kind of pulled me into the committee, and since day one, I enjoyed the meetings and brainstorming ways to, save our historical society. And things of that sort. I really love that I can bring a real estate background to the meetings. I know in our last meeting, they were talking about why things had to be remediated prior to tear down, and I was able to kind of chime in on that and talk about OSHA codes and asbestos and lead and not being able to put that stuff into the air. And I think I just kind of bring a different aspect to not just history all the time, but some other thoughts of what people might want to do as far as developing and just being open-minded to both sides of the spectrum. Yeah, so that's kind of what I've been doing, and I've really been enjoying it with them currently. And Susanna and I are colleagues, and I love her to death. And so I cannot compete with her as far as history and generations and winding the clock. She's been trying to get me up there forever. So definitely not trying to compete there. Just trying to get involved in the community and give back any way I can.
Yep, as I said, we have all this deep talent. It is always difficult. And I will state, I don't think we've said this, is especially for a committee like this, that if you're not appointed, as you both well know, you're more than welcome to assist, attend, and participate, whether or not you're an official member. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, they were telling us in the last meeting that we both better not go anywhere.
Yeah, and I'm sure Aubrey is very persuasive in that manner. That was my one question: is your familiarity with the programming? Are there other questions for Ashley from the board? Okay.
Andrew, any questions?
Laura has some.
Lauren has her hand up.
You should go first. Go ahead. Did you want to go first, Andrew?
No, you go. You go.
Oh, okay. Yes, two great applicants. Thank you. And Ashley, I'm curious, you said you've been in a lot of the meetings lately. What are some of the objectives of the commission that they have looking forward for the next couple of years to take care of?
You know, I think the common thread is obviously to preserve as many historical homes as possible. I think, you know, they've seen an uptick as the market has been a seller's market and really hot. They've seen an uptick of tear downs. And so it's a huge action item to just save as many as we can and preserve them for future generations.
Great. I live in one of those homes. So
Me too.
Yeah, and I mean, to Susanna's point, you can still make something livable and you don't have to always tear it down. So, yeah.
Great.
you.
Any other, Mr. Goodrich, did you have anything else?
This is, I mean, it's so difficult. We do. This is, I don't go anywhere, you two. It's so great. But actually, back to Tony's question before, is there anything kind of immediate now that you're saying, oh, I would love to get involved in, if it's the Mordecai Lincoln or some other place, that this is just so exciting? Everyone always has a little pet project that they love. Is there anything that you're like, oh, I really want to?
You know, I this is more on maybe a personal note. I would love to someday, you know, purchase a historical home and renovate it the right way. That is more a personal note, but I would love to be able to do that.
Okay. Well, as I said, there's one opening.
Oh, Karen.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, Karen.
All right, I'm going to ask the big question of both candidates. The Gates building, the old Gates building, do you think it should be preserved? Do you think it should be torn down? Do you think we should save the facade? How are we going to pay for it? Just sort of what's your attitude toward the old Gates building, the B wing particularly?
So I guess I'll start. I feel like I would need to dive deep into, you know, all the numbers and the costs and things of that sort before I gave, you know, an overall answer, but I would love for it to be preserved as much as possible.
Thank you.
While still making it usable for the community.
Okay, I'm gonna, Susanna, look at us, two people at once.
I think that since, I mean, we have a building, it's a huge building, and other towns have been able to repurpose similar buildings. And I think that, you know, we have looked at numbers in the past on what it would cost to do renovations. I think it depends on what that use is. If we're keeping it as the rooms are and not a lot of major renovation, then again, maybe that's something that could be a lower cost item, but we can look into renting out those spaces and, you know, turning that into something that the town can profit from. For example, the town of Rockland took their old school and they have programs in it, like they have a town daycare, they have a daycare in it. There's lots of different possibilities. So I think it's worth exploring what we can do with something that we have, instead of knocking it down, but what can we do to make it usable and, you know, not be prohibitive in terms of cost. So I'm for keeping something we have. I mean, it's a gorgeous looking building. We know the inside's not as nice as the outside, but, you know, we've got it. What can we do with it? Especially as we've got groups like, you know, the food pantry wants to go in. Again, it's sort of in limbo. So we need to decide what we can do with something we have that would benefit the town.
Thank you.
Great. I do want to note we will have one opening, as I said, but I have been informed by our intrepid associate that it's likely that there will be another opening for sure in the next year. So that no, we don't always know that, but so you may not get to go far, either of you. So be a good chance to sort of, slide in and be ready to hit the ground running. So as I said, we will discuss this later in the evening, but thank you both for coming in tonight and presenting and raising your hand for this position.
Thank you.
I don't see any other hands in the public, so I think we can go on to our next interview. We have openings, one opening on the Charter Review Committee, and 2 applicants. One has withdrawn, and that's tab number 41. I see Mr. Gibson's here. I had the pleasure of meeting him last night. Is Mr. Volker, is he?
He is here.
He is here,
Right.
okay.
Can you hear?
Oh, wait, you're in the bottom of the barrel, I think. Okay, we'll start with Mr. Volker just because that's the order that's on the list here. Can you hear us?
This is Lorraine. I just want to let you know, the dial-in number was not working, and that's why he's participating the way he is right now. So.
Oh, sorry about that. Can we hear you, Mr. Volker?
Can you hear me? I can hear you.
Yes, we can. So I will ask you, so the Charter Review Committee has just gotten up and running, and there is an opening, and I would like, if you would mind introducing yourself and saying why this is of interest to you, that would be great.
Sure. I'm Ray Volker. My wife Lynn and I moved to town technically on June 1st of this year, so we're very much newcomers. The reason we did move from Connecticut was our daughter was transferred by a small pharmaceutical company in New Haven to Boston, and we wanted to follow and be near her family, and our grandchildren. And we had been quite involved in our hometown, which was historically my wife's family were farmers there, Cheshire, Connecticut, a small town just north of New Haven. And, we've always been fairly active, and I came in to do some registering at the town hall, spoke to Lorraine. She said there were, various openings, and I just thought for me being new to town, that this might be a good place for me, depending on, you might have a better candidate. My background, I don't know if in the packet is my handwritten resume, but I've been involved with, local government at home in Connecticut and the court system. I'm still practicing attorney remotely. And I had been on a charter revision committee in our hometown when we went from a selectman form of government. Well, right after we went from a selectman form of government to a town council manager form, mostly because Cheshire grew from a town of about 7,500, more rural in nature, to a bedroom town of 28,000, and they thought this was more representative of the town, and we needed the selectmen were doing a great job, but they also had full-time jobs, usually as farmers. So that just gives you a little bit of my background and my interest.
That's great. We do have everyone's backup in our packet, and looking through your experience with municipal government, those are normally the questions I would ask, because it's obviously this is into the weeds with the charter review. I do want to correct something. I misspoke to the board. We did have one resignation, and that was what triggered us looking for someone to fill the place. But according to the charge of the committee, there are actually 3 openings on this board. So I stand corrected, and I'm relieved because as in this situation, we don't have to necessarily be sad that we have more people standing up than we have places for. So I will, with that correction, I'll see, does the board have questions for Mr. Volker? And welcome to Scituate, by the way.
Thank you. And that's never a sad thing to have more people than you need on the boards. Cheshire's been struggling a little bit, to get members. It's very similar to Scituate. A lot of boards, a lot of local involvement. So it's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Does the board have any questions for Mr. Volker? Ms. Conley?
Yes, I'm very interested to know how many people were on that charter review committee. How long did it take to get it done, and what were the processes that the town had to go through? I imagine there could be somewhat similar to Massachusetts because we're, somewhat similar states. So we haven't done a charter review in this town in, 15, 20 years, something like that. And this is a committee, not a review commission at this point, but if you could just let me know, tell us, what your experience was.
Yeah, now this was a while back, but it was probably 3 years after we had gone from the Selectmen form, where we had a first, second, and third Selectmen, to the town manager council form, where we had 9 representatives on the council, 4 districts, so 4 district representatives. The town would split up in like 4 squares, and then 5 at large. And the charge of the Charter Revision Committee was really kind of to tune up things, because this was quite a big change that had been recommended by the local League of Women Voters. By the way, fast forward, it's worked out great. Of course, in Connecticut, the meetings are open. I'm thinking we only met for about 2 months. Believe it or not, our biggest issue was whether our town clerk should be elected or appointed by the town manager, and and she stayed elected. And fast forward until last year, we had another revision which I didn't participate in, and the big issue was whether the town clerk should be elected or appointed, and she's still elected. So I don't know if that answered your question. I'm rambling a little bit, but it was more of a tune-up, just to make sure. And there were a few little things that we had to change from selectmen to managing. But as I said, it's worked out. The town is about 30,000 now, and that particular system for Cheshire worked out well.
Thank you.
The board have any other additional questions? Ms. Curran?
I just want to say thank you. I mean, your resume is terrific for this spot, Mr. Volker, and I look forward to supporting your application, because I think you're a terrific candidate with your legal background, with your civic background, and I think the committee can really utilize someone with your experience reviewing a charter, because we can flounder a little bit, right, when we first start to look at these things. So thank you for coming forward, so early in your life here in Scituate.
Yeah, well, we're trying to get involved. There's a method to the madness, but and both my wife and I, Lynn, at this point, is just one of our neighbors. We're at James Landing, is Siska Humphrey on beautification. My wife was on youth services and beautification in our hometown, and she's definitely a farmer's granddaughter. So she's, not going to go on a committee, but going to try to get involved with Mrs. Humphrey. So yeah, it's a way for us to get involved and give back. And what I've always said to the kids, and this is a great way to help town. So I look forward to it.
Thank you.
Terrific. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Any other questions from the board? Great. And then I will introduce you to Michael Gibson, whom I had the pleasure of meeting last night. He sat in on last night's charter review committee. And you got a little late start because we need to fill some of these seats. So I will let you introduce yourself to the board and tell us why you're interested in this committee.
Sure. So thank you, and thank you to the board for having me this evening to interview. So my name is Michael Gibson. I'm a bank regulatory attorney going on 5 years now. And I'm also a new resident to Scituate. I've been here a little over a year over on Grove Street. So, within some of my day-to-day responsibilities are analyzing regulatory changes and developments, new regulations or rules have been promulgated by various federal and state agencies that, we really focus on things that affect the banking industry. But, the important thing there is being detail-oriented in your review, because a change could necessitate a change to your operating model, a change to your business, needing to stay in compliance with everything and avoid any sort of enforcement action, and just being good, general corporate citizens. So, as I said, I was a new resident, so I was looking to get involved, and, I've been listening to the town weekly updates, every week, and heard about this and thought it was a good opportunity, something where I can leverage my professional experience and, the personal interest in the future of this town and where it's going, be part of it as early as possible. In reading through the Charter Review Committee charge and their mission, I think some of the important things in there are the emphasis on best practices and inefficiencies, and looking to streamline that charter and make sure that it's understandable, right? So it's very important for the charter to be understood by the citizens and the folks in the town, and not just the lawyers who wrote it, or even the town officials. So it's good for all community members to know what they should expect of their town, and what their rights are within it. So those are things I think are important. I think that's a good charge for the committee, and it's something I feel I have a great deal to contribute to. So I'll pause there and see if there are any questions.
I will open to the board. Mr. Vignani?
Sure. Michael, thank you for applying. Just a quick question. It seems like you've read the charter. Is there any part of it that you think is should be discussed and should be looked into further?
Sure. So, at a baseline, everything should be reviewed and considered. And I know right now the committee is going through, section by section and discussing, and if it doesn't make sense to review it, moving on to the next. Again, one of the things I said was, clearing up ambiguity and inefficiencies, right? And I'll give you a specific example. In the charter, I believe it's section 5.6, has to do with public building maintenance. And, a second sentence, something in there references that the Board of Selectmen, in consultation with, the school committee, will determine how buildings will be updated and serviced. And obviously, the intent of that provision is not that the school committee would be consulted with respect to every building, right? Because you wouldn't expect them to be consulted about town hall, public works, anything like that. But they certainly should be consulted when it involves the town, the schools in the town, and any of the buildings there. So I think that's one thing. Lining up, what the charter actually says with the intent and what it's meant to say.
Great. Thanks.
Board, Andrew, you've got the charter out, so do you have any questions, Mr.
I'm
Gibbs?
just amazed. I asked one question, Madam Chair. It was on section 5.6. I can't believe the odds. I have the
Yes.
same question on that.
I saw your eyes light up, so
I couldn't believe it.
I love
No, I don't.
fellow walks. One question that has come up that you heard we were discussing last night was, and I don't know if your experience in the law has ever helped with this sort of conundrum of, we have the charter and we also have our bylaws. And the charter is, as we said last night, is really like our constitution. And the bylaws have provided us with more clarity or flexibility for things that may not want to be in perpetuity. Have you any experience with just sort of, I'm not an attorney, so just deciding what bucket things belong in?
Sure. Yeah. So, and it's a great question. And it's really, sort of the structure and the bones of the town, and then the bylaws, which are a little bit more like your day-to-day operations. So I guess the biggest example I could use from a corporate law perspective is something like an LLC operating agreement that's going to govern the structure of your business, and something you're not going to want to change often, opposed to a resolution that's passed, allowing the manager or folks that you have in charge of your business their responsibilities and things that they could do. It's some sort of a side document that governs your day-to-day things, but it doesn't change the structure of your organization, because you don't want to be changing that all the time. It's burdensome, cumbersome, expensive. So that's something you want to be a staple that you keep. And then you kind of have your ancillary complementary documents that will help run day-to-day life.
Great. That was my burning question. It's great to have somebody that can answer it. Are there other questions from the board for Mr. Gibson? No. Ms. Conley?
Yeah, now that you bring that up, the Charter Review Committee right now has somewhat limited scope and power. And we have had a very hard time recruiting people to be on the Bylaw Review Committee. So my question for you would be, would you also be interested in becoming a member of the Bylaw Review Committee? I'm just trying to
Yeah, that wasn't a, excuse me, did I interrupt?
No.
Oh, I was going to say, that wasn't, something that was open and available, but yes, I mean, I think it makes sense, right? As everyone's kind of alluded to on this call, and as I just said, both things work together so frequently that it's, important to update them both. And, perhaps the same folks, perhaps not, it's always helpful to have fresh eyes on something, but I think a healthy overlap between those two committees would be, appropriate.
Yeah.
Which makes me ask the question, is the Charter Review Commission looking at the bylaws just to compare them to the charter to make sure we don't have conflicts that we're not aware of, because no one's really been looking at the bylaws for a while?
I'll answer that because I think it really came to head last night. We had this discussion, and you have to look at.
I wasn't there.
Yeah, no, she wasn't. You have to look at both, and so things have to come up in the charter review. That's like, well, how come the charter doesn't say X, Y, Z? Then you look at the bylaws, and you're like, oh, it's in there.
Right.
But I think to both your points that it would be, I think, we're just at the start of this, that it makes great sense to sort of keep a running list of things that we see in the bylaws. Either we pull it into the charter or we think it should be pushed out, and then have that available when we resurrect the bylaw review committee. That's, I think, would be great.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions or comments from the board? It's my favorite stuff. Okay. All right. Well, as I said, we will be talking about all of our applicants later in the evening and talking about voting. So thank you for spending both your Monday and Tuesday night with us. And we will, I think that is our last interview this evening. I believe it is, which means we are dead on time. Well, 2 minutes behind schedule.
Well, Karen,
yes.
Is Lori Ball still a candidate?
No, she withdrew today.
Okay.
She attended the meeting last night, and then she looked at her other commitments and decided that she didn't have the capacity to do both jobs or all three of her jobs well with that. So we appreciated her interest and respect that she did her homework and knew what she could contribute. So we won't let her get far. Don't worry.
No, I know. I just, I didn't know.
Yeah,
So
so she
thank
sent
you.
a letter earlier today.
Okay.
So that concludes our interviews for boards and committees for this evening. We will move on to our 8:10, which is a restaurant bar liquor license renewal fees. I will give the board a moment to find the documentation, which is on page, I believe it starts on page 75 of our backup. And it is, the proponents are Lorraine, Devin, Nancy, and Jim. Who would like to take the lead on this conversation for now? Jim's smiling, which means he doesn't want to.
Jim, do you want me to, or would you like to?
Why don't you set it up, Lorraine, and then I'll answer any questions they might have.
Okay. Thank you. This came up because I'm on a mass distribution list for all towns. First of all, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Fine, thank
Okay.
you.
I'm on Jim and myself and other people are on a mass distribution list throughout Massachusetts for things that are being discussed in communities. And one of the items that's hot right now, because all of our communities are going into the annual renewal process for our licenses, and I manage the licenses for the Selectmen's office for the town of Scituate. And one of the things that has been discussed by many of the communities is trying to help the small businesses, the restaurants in particular, by giving them a break on their renewals, their license renewal fees. So I took a look at a lot of the towns in the local area, Marshfield, Cohasset, Norwell, Duxbury, Hingham. All of our towns are also extremely busy with the added things that we need to do with COVID, et cetera. So the surrounding communities have not taken a look at this yet. It doesn't mean that they're not interested. They asked me to send them anything we do in correspondence regarding the topic. So we're a leader in this local area. We also looked at there's probably 15, 20 towns on another list that we've looked at. And many are providing discounts to the restaurants for their liquor renewals. For example, Acton is giving them a 25% discount, Barnstable 25%, Chelsea 50%, Ware 25%, Yarmouth 25%, Springfield 100%. So I took a look at and did some research. If we took all the alcohol licenses and gave them a 3-month break, and that is a 3-month break that they weren't really able to open early when COVID first hit, and added up what that cost would be to our community. And for Scituate, it would be $6,853. And I spoke with Nancy Holt, the Grand Wizard, to say, how would this affect us? And I'll let Nancy speak for herself, but she did say it would not be a big hit to the town budget. We looked at last year's fiscal year 20 information and this year's fiscal year 21. And we would be able to cover it in our licenses without impacting the budget negatively. So after we looked at all this, we said, well, let's bring it to the Board of Selectmen and see if this is something that you would be interested in doing as a community. It would be completely optional to help out the restaurants. So this is the package we put together. If you've had a chance to look at it, Jim, Nancy, do you have anything to add?
Just this would be for pouring establishments. It wouldn't be for package stores. So basically only restaurants would be able to take advantage of this because they were the ones that were closed. As Lorraine said, most of the towns around us haven't done anything with this. They're all kind of waiting to see, but they'll have to make some sort of decision shortly because their renewals are going to be going out in the next couple of weeks, just like ours were. I'm ambivalent towards it. I think it's a little bit of relief, not a whole lot. Probably more symbolic than it is actually providing them with significant relief. But it would be a message from the board saying, we're trying to help, we're doing the best we can, and right now this is what we can do to help you out.
Nancy, would you like to add anything at this point or just wait for the questions?
I'm here for questions.
Okay. Before I go to the other members, I really thank you to Lorraine and Jim and Nancy for doing this homework on this and for bringing this proposal. I speak for myself that I think anything we can do to help our businesses survive right now that doesn't create problems for us in other areas of governance is something we should look at. So thank you for leading on this. I will open it up to see if the board has any questions that they'd like to pose to this proposal. Everyone's thinking. Ms. Connolly?
Well, okay. Well, I guess I'll ask the question, did the clubs and other organizations that have on-premise licenses suffer a lot? I mean, I know the restaurants did, but I'm not quite clear on, what the financial ramifications were for, it's clear to me that the River Club, probably had a problem. Probably the Racket and Fitness.
Yeah, I did look at all of them, Karen.
Yeah.
And, first of all, there was no bar business whatsoever.
Right.
Until last week. So all of these clubs have suffered from that type of business particularly. And they're all Section 12 licenses. So, I looked at what other towns were doing and they were including everybody. It seemed most appropriate to include all of them since all of their bar business specifically was really impacted, which is where they make most of their money.
Yeah. I'm sorry. You done, Carolyn? Yeah. Mr. Goodrich, did you want to add something?
I absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I mean, the way I'm thinking about it, if Lorraine, you're right. You said that during those times they weren't open, so it's the discount for that time. It's almost it's just, to me, I see it as fairness that they weren't able to actually use it in those use it during that time. And right, even if it's not a huge financial number, it's sending the message to the business community: we're open for business. We're here to help you. And maybe the other towns or people looking will notice, hey, Scituate's doing the right thing. That's the community I want to come to. So to me, I think it's important that we do things like this. So I just want to say thank you to doing the work, because I think it's a great idea.
Ms. Curran?
I couldn't agree more. Lorraine and Jim and Nancy, thanks for looking at it. And I think just for purposes, I was thinking about this the other day, and as we talk about revenues to pay for positions and operations moving forward are going to be tough, but this looks like it's pretty much, a net neutral with regards to what we budgeted and what we brought in, at least in FY20. So certainly isn't going to kill us, if you will. And I do think it's a great gesture. I agree with Jim, it's the right thing to do. It's a good gesture, I think. And I think that goes a long way. And to Andrew's point, also supports us as being business friendly. And we have a lot of work to do to continue to bring businesses into this town. We all know we have a lot of empty spaces around town. So if we can develop that type of a reputation, it may help us. A small gesture may go far. So I think it's great. Thank you, Lorraine and all, for looking into this. Has my support.
Great. Mr. Vignani, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I agree with Andrew. I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's a gesture. I mean, I think it's money, and it's significant money during a difficult time. And I think we've done everything we can to support them since this whole thing started. So I think it just falls in line with our past practices. The first thing that came to my mind is, and this isn't a bad thing, we've been very focused on the restaurants, and we've tried to figure out ways to make them have opportunities to succeed. And I'm just wondering, there's many other businesses out there that are in the same predicament in terms of loss of business. And, maybe the same group can consider ways that we can help them also. I mean, this is easy because there's a license that's coming up for renewal. But there's others, there's the little jewelry store, and there's the, the barber shop, and there's everybody else that has been hit by this as well. So I'd like to, try and take it a step further and find a way that we can, support everybody as well as the restaurants. So.
Just to add to that, what Mr. Vignani said, I did take a look at all the licensing fees for Scituate and all of the establishments. And the effect was really, I mean, these establishments have very significant renewal fees, where others have maybe a $25 renewal fee. We did take a look at it. So from a fee perspective, I didn't see where we could really do anything in that regard, because we don't charge a jewelry store a fee, or many of the other businesses don't receive any fees, really.
Yeah, and I'm thinking above and beyond fees. Like I said, this is kind of easy because we're about to send a bill out. But maybe we can get creative to see how we can, and we have. Karen, you've done a lot of work with Scituate Loves Local. We've done a lot. And I just think we should continue that effort any way we can.
Yeah, to that point, Tony, I know that our Economic Development Commission is absolutely trying to work on that problem, because it is the small shops that are really feeling it right now. So shop local, and I started my Christmas shopping down in the harbor, so you guys want to go out there while the weather's good. Great. I will, if the board doesn't have any other comments, I will open it up to the participants. If you wanted to raise your hand in the participant button on the bottom, we will look for your hand. If not, I'm not seeing any. There's no further, do we have a motion on this? Yes, we do.
Move to discount 1/4 of the town of Scituate's licensing fee for Mass General Law, Chapter 138, Section 12, on-premise liquor license holders for fiscal year 21, license renewals due to the COVID-19 virus.
Moved by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second? Ms. Curran? We'll do a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield?
Yes.
Mr. Vignani?
Yes.
Ms. Conley?
Yes.
Ms. Curran?
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich?
Yes.
Great, the motion passes unanimously. Again, thank you for doing the homework on that. That's great. You'll be sending notice. We send a letter with the invoice or bill, or however. How does that get?
Yes, we've already prepared the letters that go out annually, so we'll be adjusting those letters, and we'll have you and Jim review it before it goes out.
Okay.
Because we'll be sending them out next week.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Terrific. Great. Thank you so much. Okay, we will attempt some technology here. We're going to move on to our next agenda item, which is 8:20 to vote and discuss an equity inclusion statement. And before we go into the meat of it, I wanted to just make a statement that as we were preparing for the appointing of volunteers for our new diversity and inclusion committee, which we approved a while ago, and incidentally, interviews for all of the candidates are going to be held next week on the 15th via Zoom. So watch for that. As we were doing all that preparation work, we received a lot of input from residents that felt, and we agreed, that a strong statement of purpose from the Board of Selectmen would support the important work of this committee. And I want to thank everyone who gave us that input. In light of the recent issues in the schools and around town, I personally think it is even more important that we join with the Superintendent Burkhardt Head in strongly condemning racist actions and behaviors in our community. And to that end, before the board is a proposed statement. The language, I'm going to share my screen in a minute so anybody participating can see the language. We borrowed liberally from our neighbors in Hanover and Pembroke. We felt that they had crafted some very good statements, and they were also forwarded to us by those who have very much been involved in this conversation. So I will turn it over to Ms. Curran, who has been very helpful in taking the lead in drafting and crafting, and let her walk us through what's proposed here. I know everyone's received it in their backup, so may figure out how to do this. And Maura, I will turn it over to you.
Thank you. And just to follow up, Karen and I did meet with a number of community residents who are concerned with the situation in Scituate and want to make sure that things that we do moving forward are always looking at equity, right, from all aspects. And they made a really good point when we were talking about the development of the committee that, look, you really need to have a strong statement so that committee really understands from which the development of the committee is coming from, right? So I'm going to read it. We did, like Karen said, looked at a number of different towns. We also read the MAPC language that was out there for towns to take a look at. And we really felt that this sort of combined version took sort of the best of a lot of different pieces and also applies to Scituate. So I hope everybody had an opportunity to read it, because I want to make sure that this represents, your beliefs and your stance as well, because collectively as a board, once we make this statement, is something that we really need to make sure that we all uphold in the way in which we approach, our business here in town. So I know it's up for reading, for folks to read, but I'm going to read it out loud, if that's okay with everybody. So the proposed language for the board to consider and to provide edits to us is the Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen unequivocally condemns racism and discrimination in all its forms. We support and stand for racial and social justice and commit to work to ensure that Scituate is a welcoming community that embraces diversity, equity, and inclusion. As elected leaders, we recognize our responsibility to understand and address all racial inequality in our community. We have a duty to ourselves, residents, employees, visitors, and businesses to ensure that everyone who enters our community is treated with respect and dignity. To that end, we pledge to work to educate ourselves, town employees, and town residents on racial and social justice issues. We will review our existing policies, practices, and procedures, and where necessary, enact changes to build a stronger, more equitable community. The Board of Selectmen further pledge to work on behalf of our residents and ensure that Scituate is a place where all individuals can live happily, free of fear, and with equal access to opportunities regardless of race, ethnic background, national origin, religion, ability, gender identity, or sexual orientation. So I'll leave it there for a moment for you guys just to pause and think. I know you've had an opportunity to read it. I don't know, I think many of us had an opportunity to take part and listen to the Zoom meeting last week that the group put on with regards to what it is like to be a person of color and living in Scituate. And I can never pretend to walk in their shoes. And I will say that it really saddened me to hear that mothers in our town fear for their children just because of the bias that exists out there. So that was something that really resonated with me, and I feel very strongly, and I hope the board will support this language that we put forth, because I think it does come, while we don't make all the policies in town and we can't change the way in which different residents act, we certainly can be role models, right? And condemn that type of behavior. So with that, I'll just take comments, I think, Karen, from the board and their thoughts.
Thank you, Maura. I couldn't agree with you more. I know a lot of community, I guess the Race Talk community program last week only could take 100 people, and there were people that weren't able to join in that conversation. So I believe they're making the recording available, and I'd urge everyone to to listen to our neighbors and learn from them, because it was very well done and very impactful. So I will open it to the board. How do you have suggestions for improving this language? How do you feel about this statement, and how can we, and do you have any recommendations that you'd like to add to it? Ms. Conley?
I'm 100% in favor of it. As I said much earlier in this whole process, words are just words, but actions are what we need. But we have to start with the words so that we know actions we need to take. So Maura and Karen, I appreciate the time you've taken to meet with the various people in the community who have these concerns. I know we have some correspondence from people and how strongly they feel about this. So thank you for doing it, and hopefully we will start to, get this posted on the website and then begin to see what we need to do. Thank you.
Okay. Gentlemen, any other comments? Mr. Goodrich?
Yeah, so again, thank you both for the work. I think it's I really do appreciate it, and I really do like the statement. My question is, and this is almost for I think for better understanding, but how do we understand, or how do we really define social justice? It's, and maybe this is too much of an academic point, but how do we really understand social justice and kind of what that really means?
That's a really good question. Marika?
Oh, yeah, and I'm certainly not a grammar expert, but for me, instead of just taking a stand for racial justice, it's social justice, whether it's gender inequality, women's rights, men's, just making sure that we are being fair and equitable in all realms as being humans and moving forward. That's how I interpret it. But another grammar police out there can certainly
That would be my area. No, I think you're right. I mean, we definitely, there's a lot of different communities have said different things. I think having the first statement, which I think Maura and I believe the input we got from others was really important, that the key thing that we need to do to support those of color in our community is to say, racism doesn't belong here and we don't accept it. And that we say in the first sentence. The second sentence, in deciding, when we're really talking about our community's diversity, inclusion, and equity, it is definitely about finding ways to eradicate racism, which it says clearly in the charge. But it also, to me, social justice is all those other things. If we will not, as leaders of our community, we won't tolerate racism. We will not tolerate sexism. We will not tolerate any of the ways in which somebody would feel unwelcome in the community. That's how I felt about it. We will open it obviously up to the community, and I would be interested to see if other people had the same kind of interpretation of that. But that's a very good question.
And again, I didn't want to imply that years ago, I minored in justice and peace studies. And so there's social justice, there's a great history of it and how it's interpreted and seen is different. I was just more interested in just how you see it interact. And I think, Madam Chair, how you said how it encompasses those other parts is important. It's just, it's a term sometimes people say, but to really think about what that means, I think is very important, because you can really influence other aspects of what we do. So I wasn't, no grammar police. It was more just to provoke thought.
Do you find this appropriate in this statement? I mean, you obviously have a deeper understanding.
No, I do. It's, again, it's just with the large history of it. I mean, some folks talk about if it's going to be more economic justice and how that's interpreted, or if it's more in a, as you said, an overarching aspect throughout our society. And I think that's how I would interpret it and understand it in this context. But just if people have different ideas and understanding of how social justice kind of plays out.
Okay.
So, no, I think it's great. Again, it was more of just, sometimes you see it, you go, what is that really? But it's, it's not a term you see every day.
No, and I agree with you. I mean, we need to be very particular with our language because this is an important statement. So thank you for that.
Do you think it should remain in there, Andrew?
I think I do. I just, we need to know that there are, again, I'm trying to go back to how it was like a 19th century term or whatever, and it was with like, it was more of an economic term at the time, and it's evolved. It was a Catholic idea, and then it evolved through like the redistribution of wealth. And so I don't, we're certainly not pushing that aspect. It's more of the modern understanding of it. But I just want that to be understood, that it's.
No,
I think it's appropriate. It's just.
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Vignani, did you have any comments?
Yeah, I mean, I but thank you guys for taking the time to put this together. I think it really shows the way that we feel about this. Back months and months ago, we wanted to do more than just make a statement. We wanted to take action, and I like the fact that the words, although they represent what we think and what we feel, there's also an action item in here. That we're going to do something. We're going to look at the way we do things, and if we need to make adjustments, we will. As opposed to just a red squiggly line across the, as opposed to just words that may not have as much impact as taking the action to do what we're doing behind the scenes, which is formulating a committee, looking at our policies, and making adjustments. It's easy to say I'm against something, but to actually take the next step to it is what I think is more important.
Well, and Madam Chair, if I may, Tony, yes. we explained that exact sort of process to the group as well, that, it was very much our intent to create a committee so we could act, right? But I do agree with them that coming with that action, I think we have taken a step further than a lot of our other committees because our other communities, next to us, because we have already taken steps to start to act. But this, I think, just provides a little bit more guidance to that action.
Yeah, I support it. I think it's good, and I think it expresses the way we feel. So that's the most important part.
Good. We do have one hand raised. I will invite anyone, assuming the board, are you happy to open to others for questions? Okay. We will try to go in the order of hands raised if somebody wants to have input. I see one now, so I'll invite Jean to join us and provide. Could you please just give your name and address for the record, and then we'd like to hear your comments.
Hi, yes, this is Jean Schultnet, 511 Hatherley Road. And first of all, I want to thank you for putting this statement together. I think it's really strong. And I think you've done, I think you've done a great job doing your homework, looking at other town statements and kind of picking out the best of some of them. So I think that was a good choice. The one thing that I see missing from the statement is a recognition or acknowledgement that racism and prejudice does exist in this community. It's implied, but it's not stated explicitly, and I think the statement would be stronger if that recognition was put into the document. And I have seen that language in other towns' DEI statements, so I think you guys should consider adding that.
Thank you, Jean. It's always hard to find the exact perfect language. Is the board have any feelings about that? So I'll remind, I've unshared because somebody decided to either Zoom bomb or a comment without attribution. So the first sentence of the proposed language is, the Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen unequivocally condemns racism and discrimination in all its forms. So the comment is, should we consider adding something that says, we acknowledge that such discrimination does exist in our community, or something. I don't know what the words are, but something along those lines. Ms. Conley?
Yeah, I think I don't have the document right in front of me. Oh, here it is. I think if you said.
Page 79 of our backup.
I've got it now, sorry.
Yep.
I've been shuffling papers around. The Town of Scituate Board of Selectmen unequivocally condemns racism and discrimination in all its forms in our community. That's an acknowledgement that it exists in our community and that we condemn it in our community.
I think that works. I almost think it almost makes it smaller than I think all of us feel. You know, it's like, you know what I mean? The flip of it is, we condemn it everywhere.
No, I think we're specifically saying that we unequivocally condemn racism and discrimination in all its forms in our community. Or if you want to say in the Town of Scituate. I mean, that is, we condemn it and we recognize that it exists.
Okay.
Here.
Anyone else like Maura?
I mean, I think that's a good way to address it, because I'm a little concerned about the language that Jean presented, only because I think it may, so we're the Board of Selectmen and we represent our employees, right, and whatnot, and I think it may be a little bit too broad to make a statement that, you know, how do I say this diplomatically? I know that racism exists in our town. I think as a board to say that, I think we need to be careful to make accusations against like our employees and whatnot. And I think being broader, as which Karen Connolly had suggested, addresses the fact that we do all recognize that it is in our community. And I think it separates it from saying that it's, you know, prevalent in our employees. And that's what I want to be careful about. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Probably not, but.
Jean, I think one would like to comment. Let me unmute you again, because I'd like to hear your thoughts. Jean, there you are.
Yes, so I was not at all I was not placing blame or shame on any individual, and certainly not talking about town employees. I was talking about everybody, and just to say that it does exist here, because you do hear comments of people saying, oh, aren't we lucky to live in a town where racism doesn't exist and where discrimination doesn't exist? And again, it's not to, it's just an acknowledgement of reality that I do see in other town statements that I think would make this statement stronger.
Yeah, and I wasn't suggesting that you were saying that. I was just sort of listening to the words, Jean, and just trying to be mindful of the interpretation of it.
Right.
Okay, Jean, how do you feel about the proposed revision from Ms. Connolly?
Can I make a suggestion that we don't rewrite the document right now, but that we make suggestions from the public, and then, you know, you and Maura, whoever drafted this can go back.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, we could be doing.
Yeah, you're right. Thank you for that, Mr. Vignani. Yeah. I actually I don't see any other hands raised, which I'm hopeful means that we did a good job at the first crack at this. So I again invite anyone. Oh, wait a minute. I think I saw one. Hold on. I see one more hand. I'd like to invite Ms. Burke, if you would just give your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Stephanie Burke. I live at 93 Marion Road in Scituate. Is that good?
Yep, we can hear you.
So I think you did a great job. It looks really, sorry, you want my video? Not my
There you are.
Hi, I think that you did a really great job. This is out of the park. This is great. I think if there could be, if you're going to go back and do anything to add perhaps one line that shows proactive versus, and proactive in the sense of finding out a way to lift, to encourage, to promote people of color to get involved in town government. It's that welcoming of it. We not only do we condemn this, but we are now gonna flip the switch, and we want to welcome voices that perhaps didn't have equal representation before. And I know that you can't, force people to run for town government or anything, but if there's any way to include that, just the sentencing that we perhaps understand that, there hasn't been equal representation in the past, and we want to make sure that we encourage it. I don't have the words right in front of me right now, but if that makes sense as you're going back and brainstorming.
Yeah, I think that is a great point. I think we could work on some language to strengthen I think it's in there, but I think we can strengthen it. Good point. Mr. Goodrich?
No, I love that. I love that idea. I mean, to encourage, a diversity of voices and having that encouragement, I totally agree. And I think it's a great idea that we can add something like that. So.
Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments about this proposal? I don't see any other hands raised. I think Mr. Vignani, you're absolutely right. We should take these comments. It looks like some small tweaks, which I'm thrilled. So thank you, Maura, for your leadership on pulling this together. And I would suggest, if the board is agreeable to this, is we go and make one more crack at it and bring it onto our next agenda to review a final document so that we have time to digest these comments. Stephanie has like to add something else, and I will unmute her because I'd like to hear what she has to say.
Thank you. And not to put anything else on your plate, but it might also be fitting that I know that there's a special meeting coming up next week, and I don't know if you're able to vote on it then.
That's a very good point. Thank you. Would you like to run?
I think I'm on there. I think I'll
No, I'm talking Selectmen.
oh, sorry. Oh, no. You're doing a great job. That's fine.
No, that's a very good point. We are meeting next Thursday at 6:30 to do the interviews. I think that would be entirely appropriate time to do that. So thank you for that suggestion. Everyone agreed with that?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. And how about we start the meeting with that, and then we'll go on to the interviews. And I think there will be one or other two housekeeping things we might have to address now that we have a special. Okay. Great. I see no other hands. Does the board have any other input on this matter? No. All right, then we will reconvene on that next week. Okay. I see Mr. Fenley has popped up on our Brady Bunch screen. Our 8:30 discussion is on CPC special town meeting articles. And so I will remind the board that I promised after we discuss this item, we'll take a 5-minute break so we can all refill our coffee mugs. And I will now turn it over to Mr. Fenley, who is our chair of our Community Preservation Committee. Hi, Dan.
Hi, good evening. Thank you very much. And thank you to the board for having me present to you for this information. If I can share a document,
Seth, can you?
Like 10.
There you go.
Who's got it?
So let me know if this works.
There it is.
I'm trying to get the full document there. But if I could just go through some preliminaries and then talk about what's coming up for the town meeting. It should be pretty brief. Just so everybody is aware, the total, I'm not going to go through everything on all of these slides. There's a lot of information here. But the total estimated revenue for this year is $1,875,000 and change. That is what's estimated based on what the state is telling us with 11.2% match. That could end up being more, but that is still remains to be seen. Regardless, with the $1.875 million estimated revenues, what that means is we're required to set aside $180,000, 561 for historic preservation, the same amount for open space, and the same amount for community housing. We also have an allotment of $46,000 for administrative expenses. We've never used that much, and I don't believe we will be using that much again. And whatever we use goes back in to the bucket. I will mention, as everybody must know, we did spend a lot of money last year, particularly on the fields at the high school. And as part of that, we still have remaining $2.389 million in debt. Nancy Holt had given us several options to reduce the debt. We did reduce the debt this last year, $716,000. And what the committee voted on was to have the payments go over 10 years. And this is what the estimated payments will be, from about $300,000 down to $240,000 over a 10-year period. The reason why we did that was the interest rates were very attractive, and we can lock those in, number one. And number two, it reduces the burden each year on what we're required to pay to take the debt down in case other projects come up. So that was kind of the logic behind doing that. So with all that, we do have right now for the special town meeting, $2,837,000 total, and they're broken up, as you can see on the top line, among the different buckets that we have. We have basically three projects, if you will, for the town meeting, for the special town meeting, two or more administrative I'll call them projects or costs, and one is a historic project for restoration of a 1924 fire truck, which has already been presented by the group to the board. So I think they're a little bit familiar with that. Going through these other two items, we had an oversight, if you will, on the Mordecai Lincoln property, and we should have included these costs into the purchase price of the property. Long story short, we cannot use administrative funds to pay for these costs, and we do have to go back to town meeting to see if the town will approve the cost for closing on the property, which was $2,000 plus up to $7,000 in legal fees, and then also to put both conservation and historic restrictions on the property, and the estimate for that is about $15,000. We're expecting it to be less than that, and as you may know, the money that's not used does get returned into the undesignated fund. The project that we do have, so I don't know if there's any questions on that before I move on. Then I'll move on.
Dan, one quick question. One quick question, Dan. The $2.8 million at the top.
Yes.
Does that include the 1.87 from this year?
Yes.
It does.
Yes, it does.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So I discussed the first two, the closing cost and the conservation restrictions. The project that we currently have on the table for the town meeting is a restoration of the 1924 Scituate fire truck that was purchased by 5 citizens in town for a very small amount of money, did a little bit of work, and we're looking to restore this back for use by the town of Scituate and as a historic relic for the town. They were very diligent in reducing the cost for the restoration. They did have to eliminate some things that they would have liked to have done, but we did get the cost down for the restoration to $62,550. And that will be what we're asking the town meeting for. Excuse me. The ownership of the fire truck will be transferred to the town, and it will be housed in the Paul Young showroom, which Sean Harris has arranged for. And we've gotten approval for that, if you will. And the intention is to use the fire truck in parades and displays in the town and having public access to it on certain days during the year. I don't know if there's any questions. There's 2 pictures of it. I could have included more, but this is what it looks like now. It is definitely from 1924, and it was, I believe, the second fire truck that Scituate purchased, and has been in pretty good shape, having been stored over the years without exposure to the elements. So it's not in bad shape, and the folks that did purchase it were able to make some minor renovations to it, but beyond that, it would incur them quite a few costs. So that's why they did come to CPC. And that's basically it. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Dan. Does the board have any questions about the recommended budget?
Just one, Dan. Who's doing the restoration?
They've gotten quotes for it. I'm not sure the exact company that's doing it, but they have a professional organization that has restored fire trucks in the past, and they've gotten several quotes that ranged from, I think one of them was over $100,000. So they've been able to reduce the scope of that a little bit. I can go back and find out for you who's doing the restoration, but it is a professional group that's doing it.
Okay. And is the majority of it mechanical so that it'll run? Is that?
There's, I'd say probably that's true. It needs some work on the engine. There's some body work that needs to be done. There's some other, painting and things like that to restore it to hopefully what it looked like back in 1924 when it was purchased by the town.
Thanks.
I can't see anybody, so if you'd like to make a comment, just jump in. Dan, actually, can you stop sharing your screen?
Yep. If I can figure out how to do that.
Then I could find my Brady Bunch again.
So what's the plan with the truck after? I mean, is it going to be in for parades and things, or is it going to live somewhere? What's kind of the game plan?
Sean Harris arranged for and I'm not familiar with the facility, but there's a Paul Young facility that they can store it in. The town has agreed to do that. And the intention is to bring it out during parades and days that they can exhibit it, to bring it out to the public so they could have kids over to look at it, et cetera, to make it available for the public viewing on certain days during the year, and to use it in the parades that the town does have.
Well, I'd like to look forward to parades again.
I mean, if I can make a suggestion, if they're looking for someone to do the body work and they're not in a hurry, they should talk to the VOTEC.
Yeah.
Give the truck to the VOTEC for.
I'm not sure Geraldine is on the call or not. Geraldine Quinlan. But I will get that information to her.
There is a Geraldine. There is a Geraldine. Should we see if that's?
Okay, am I unmuted?
Oh, there you are.
Okay. And what were you saying? VOTEC, you suggested, Jim?
Yeah, I would talk to the VOTEC about giving it to their auto body shop. and letting them do the body work as part of a class project. They did some work for me when I was in Norwell on a truck. Took a while, but they do a great job. They really do. It's just if you're not in a hurry, if you're in a hurry, don't give it to them. But if you're not in a hurry, you want good work at a pretty low price, they're a good place to go.
Okay, it's
I think
worth
that
looking
might
into.
reduce the cost of some of the things you're trying to do, Geraldine.
Yes, yes. And the cost was reduced because it was originally, we planned to do a frame off restoration. So like take everything, the body off and start from scratch. Now it's going to be frame on. That's one of the ways we were able to reduce the cost. But it will be, very presentable when it's done.
Great. That sounds great.
It's very exciting.
Does the board have any other questions about these proposals?
Hi, Karen.
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm sure. I just have a question for Nancy. If you're there, Nance. Just looking at the payments for the field over the next 10 years, is that amount still encumbered, or is that amount that we still need to take into consideration annually based on this fund balance?
You'll have to take it into consideration annually, but you could take it out of the estimated receipts annually.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Great. All right. No vote on this.
Mention, if I could mention one thing, we do have 12 projects coming up for the April town meeting, and they do total quite a large amount of money. I will say more than we currently have. So we will be evaluating those and vetting those projects very closely over the next several months.
Great.
Karen, one last question. Yeah, just Dan, I just want to confirm, did the historical commission support this?
Yes.
Great. Thanks.
Okay. We are not making any votes on this tonight. This is to review. So we thank you for your time and for waiting to present to us tonight. If we have no other comments on this particular topic, then I would propose that we do a 5-minute break so that we can all stretch our legs and come back to the rest of our agenda, which we're going to just jam through, right?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I don't think we have to move. I think we just all take a break. Seth, if you'll pause us, we'll be back at 9:11. Vignani is there. Hello, Mr. Vignani. Is the board ready to recommence?
Yes.
All right. We will call our this meeting back into order. The next item on our agenda is a discussion vote of the November 16th, 2020 special town meeting warrant. And Mr. Bedreau, would you like to cover that subject?
So on page 85, you have a list of what the articles are right now for inclusion in the town meeting. Right now, I think we can talk about potentially dropping 3 of those. Article 9, the Community Preservation Committee is not moving forward with any rescissions at this time. So I don't believe that will be necessary. Article 16, Deer Common Drive. From what I understand, there's no way that would be ready in time for the special town meeting. It hasn't even gone to traffic rules yet, so they won't get the paperwork done in time for the special town meeting. And then Article 18, we're carrying that because it was on the annual town meeting. We've reached out to South Shore Community Action, to the people who brought that article forward, asking them if they wanted to have it on the town meeting warrant, and we've received no reply back at this point, whether they want it on there or not. So I think it'll be up to the board. If they haven't asked for it, my recommendation would be to take it off. But aside from those, a lot of them are, 1 and 2 are regular town meeting articles. Article 3 is a little something new that I'd probably let Nancy explain a little bit more, but Article 4 is putting stuff in reserves. The rest are fairly self-explanatory. If you want to go through each one, what's in them, we can spend some time talking about that if you like.
Okay, so the list is the sort of the skeleton, and we will have time to more deeply dive into each article that ends up on the warrant as we go through the review process. But this is just to start the list. Is that accurate?
Yep, and well, Nancy's, the draft warrant is also there. And Nancy's extremely detailed explanation of every article is also part of your packets for tonight. So all the information that you need need to digest for right now is in your packet that you were provided.
Yes, thank you for that, Nancy. It really is detailed. Okay, so 18 total, 3 might come off, 5 were originally from the annual town meeting. Does the board have any questions about the articles as they are presented? Everyone's still looking. Ms. Connolly, you're still muted.
Okay.
There you are.
Just a suggestion on Article 17 about the gender neutral language in the bylaws. I would like to suggest that we remove anything related to pronouns. I've become very aware over the past few months that people don't always want to identify as a he or a she. And I went through the bylaws today, and there's so few instances where the word he or he is used. And in the case where there is a he used, it could simply be, the fix is simple. So rather than getting ourselves all mixed up with pronouns, I think we just remove that and we won't have a problem. But I think once we get into pronouns, we're going to have problems.
So rather than he, she, we go
There's
to
almost, no, actually, yes. In a few occasions you would use they, which when I went through the bylaws, it was perfectly proper to use they. And there is one section of the bylaws that refers to the town administrator. And instead of referring to the town administrator throughout that section as he shall or he will or he will, you just simply say the town administrator will, the town administrator will. That's gender neutral. And there's not that many other places where he or she would be used. So like I said, I think instead of wrapping ourselves up into pronouns, we just eliminate those 3 things.
How does the board feel about that suggestion? Okay, we got shrugs. We got.
How to word it.
Yep.
Right.
You literally just take out the reference to he changes to he, she.
Okay.
His changes to his, hers. You just eliminate those. And like I said, I actually went through the bylaws today and tried to find how many references there were to he, and there weren't that many. And where there were a reference to he, you could substitute they, or you could substitute using the name of the board shall, or the town administrator shall. It's not a big deal, but I will tell you, there are people, if we're trying to be inclusive, we're trying to be sensitive, we're trying to be, we're trying to be sensitive. I think we need to be sensitive to that. And I wasn't that sensitive to that issue until fairly recently. So
that's a great suggestion. I have no problem with that. Anyone else have a comment?
If you remove the language that's there, then he remains in the bylaw.
Well, then we need to say,
Which is what you said. I'm not arguing with you, Ken. I'm trying to come up with, we're going to have to go back through and make specific references, which is just going to make it a lot bigger article. I don't know if
no, it's Jim, I swear it's not as big a deal as you think. I went through the 82 pages of the bylaws today, and I saw very few instances where removing he is even necessary. It's really not that much.
Well, what you're talking where it says town administrator, it says he shall, we have to carve out each one of those and change that particular sentence to make it correct as opposed to a blanket changing every reference in the bylaw. It's just,
Well,
we're gonna have to go back to it, pick those out individually.
Yes, Mark?
well, I think Karen makes a good point. It's not even, to her point, just he, she, or his, hers, or him, her. Some folks do identify as they, them now. So if we're going to do this, you have to put all pronouns in. Or do what Karen's saying, just go in and change it to the town administrator or whatever that reference is, to take out all pronouns. That would be those would be my
Yeah,
two suggested options.
I just think we won't have any, it will cause us less problems to do it this way now, rather than to wait for it to become an issue. And if the article needs to be, redlined on or sections that refer to a he, she, then, I think it's worth our while to do it. I'm happy to go through it and see how many instances there are and to suggest how we approach it.
I'd love to take you up on that.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to do it.
It'd be great.
Nancy, Ms. Hull?
Would the board consider striking those bottom 3 lines and just perhaps adding and remove personal pronouns, all personal pronouns?
I think that would work beautifully.
Well, yeah, or you say where there is reference to he, insert they.
Or I like just leaving in general, the general.
Well, let me go back and look, and I will see how many times, in what instances we would have to change it and put it into the article. And I think it won't be anywhere, I don't think it's anywhere near as much of a job as you might think.
Okay. We will task you with that then, Ms. Conley.
I will do that.
Jim, I assume that this is just the bylaws and not bylaws and charter, because we have to
Right,
ratify.
we didn't touch the charter because we have a charter review committee. So rather than take the charter up or do a piece there, a piece there, a piece there, I was
Right.
assuming that this would be part of the charter review and it would all come out as one piece.
Yeah, and in discussing that matter with the charter review, they were unanimous in saying if we wanted to just, that's low hanging fruit, and if you want to get it done at this town meeting at the same time, that they were in support of that.
It would have to
You
be
want to do it all at once? Because
It would
then
have
you
to be a
got
separate article because that would require a special act of the legislature to amend the town charter.
Okay. All right. So do it all at once, is your
I would do it
recommendation?
all at once, yeah.
Okay. Fine. We'll get it done.
So does that mean I'm on this bylaw thing or not?
You're still on the bylaw thing, yes.
You're still on the bylaw thing. It's separate.
I'll do it.
Nice try.
Okay. Yes, Ms. Karen.
I have a question for Nancy, and if we're, well, first, Madam Chair, are we going to get into more detail in another night?
Yes.
Okay, then I'll just save my question for then.
Because we will still have to vote on each of these articles, right, Jen?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll save it for then.
Okay. Any clarification on these that anyone would like at this point? Mr. Vignani?
Yes. Oops, did I move it? No. Jim, on article number 3, when it says transfer funds available in the treasury, what is the treasury?
Am I looking?
For kindergarten?
Yeah, hold on. I just want to look at the article because I'm looking at the wrong thing.
May I jump in, Jim?
Yeah, I mean, that's, go ahead, Nancy.
For Article 3, the kindergarten one, we were looking at the stabilization fund specifically because if additional state aid becomes available, due to the vote we took that we normally take at annual town meeting to close excess levy capacity stabilization, it'll automatically go back. Whereas if we used some other source like free cash, it wouldn't automatically replenish itself.
I guess Tony's question answer would be, why doesn't it say transfer from available funds in the stabilization fund as opposed to from the treasury?
It could, the board could make it that specific. I just left it general.
So
Because the next one's treasury because it's a bunch of different funds.
So this is the first I've heard of this. What are we doing?
So the school department is not offering full-day kindergarten as a tuition-based program because it's not really full-day kindergarten. So they are offering full-day kindergarten, but non-tuition based, but they have no budget to do that. We have applied to Plymouth County for an eligibility determination to see if this would be covered under coronavirus relief funds, at least through December. We have not gotten that determination. We've been waiting about a little over a month now. Their concern is deciding whether it's revenue replacement, which is not legal under coronavirus, or if it actually is payment for expenses. And our argument is that this is a hybrid program. It's not true full-day kindergarten. If it was, we would be charging tuition for it. And that it is a completely different program, that it's only being run this way for this year. So we're waiting to find out about that. So there's a potential that we would not need the full 450,000, but we're need something to supplement the school budget because they never budgeted to run a full-day kindergarten without tuition. And this is the tuition portion. The actual program costs about $1 million.
So this article is for the town to fund the kindergartner.
To fund full-day kindergarten through the end of the fiscal year.
And the school isn't doing it out of their budget because?
They didn't budget for it at all. Because at the time that they built their budget, there was an expectation that there would be full kindergarten and there would be tuition charged for it.
I understand. Okay, well, we can talk about it later.
Ms. Curran?
Well, I know, and that's why I said, well, we can talk about it later as well, because I had a lot of questions. Obviously, it's not that I don't support full-day kindergarten. I question whether or not our COVID CARES Act dollars will cover this. And then secondly, when we start to fund a program like this from a stabilization fund, what happens in, fiscal year 2022? We just need to have a plan. I want to better understand what the plan is to support it moving forward, because once you do it, history is you can't pull it back. So I just want to make sure we have a plan.
Ms. Conley, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to know, is anyone actually paying tuition for kindergarten at this point?
Not that I'm aware of.
And so if the program costs $1 million a year and no one's paying tuition, they still have 450,000. So in other words, we would be supplementing essentially the teacher salaries, right?
We're supplementing part of the program overall. They support probably 2/3 of the program in their budget, a little less than that normally, and then the tuition covers the balance of it. So this is the tuition portion.
So, then I guess I'd like to see what it's really costing them. Because if
they're willing to come forward and make that presentation to the board at the board's convenience.
Yeah, because if it's not costing them 900,000 or $1 million, if it's only costing them, I think we need more answers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of questions on this. What's the best timeline for inclusion on the warrant and our review? Jen, what's that look like?
Yes, when does this go out?
You need to vote a final warrant, I believe, by the next meeting, but you also need something tonight because advisory committee needs to meet and capital planning need to meet and then provide their reports back to you, at least for capital planning.
Okay.
So advisory has already been looking for the warrant because they have a meeting scheduled for October 13th. Now, it could be that there are articles that are going to require further discussion by the board that they may not be, may decide that they don't want to move forward. And advisory can then take either a meeting at town meeting to discuss them or a supplemental meeting.
Okay.
According to the schedule that we put together, October 20th would be vote all articles.
Okay.
So we still have until the next meeting, but we have to give something so that they can start holding their meetings.
Okay. Well, I'll remind everyone that this is sponsored by the school committee, and our deliberations will either recommend to support or not support it as we go through it, as will capital and advisory. So
We could schedule a presentation by the school committee on October 20th on this particular
I think
topic.
because it's a brand new item and
choose.
we all have questions about it, I think if the board doesn't have an objection that we should request that. Okay, I see nodding. Okay. Jim, you all right with that?
Yep.
Okay. Are there any other articles that you want a little more clarification before we?
And number 5,
Go ahead. Retirement of debt. Nancy, do you want to cover? That's the 300,000 for athletic fields.
Sure, this is to retire part of the 1.6 million, which was the general fund portion. When that originally came before town meeting in April of 2019 now, we said we'd come back that fall to pay down part of that. We weren't able to do that. Since we do have free cash available to us now, we did want to make that effort and be mindful of what we told voters at the time, that we were going to come back and pay down some of this in cash. So the recommendation is 300,000. That would still leave us 2.3 million to address the fiscal 22 capital plan.
so this is the new athletic fields, the $2 million that the town took a note out on for
Yeah, the 1.6.
1.6, and you're suggesting we pay 300,000?
Right, and then we would issue the other 1.3 million in the bond that we're issuing in the coming weeks.
Okay, and who came up with this number?
Jim and I looked at it when we were looking at what we could do while still leaving a reasonable amount of money for the capital plan and for any emergencies, such as a bad winter.
Great. Thanks.
Any other questions about the proposed warrant? Yes, Nancy.
Can I just ask you to look at Article 7 and just see if there's anything that you don't want to move forward before it goes out to capital planning?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the whole TBD, what's the status with the fire station?
The filed sub-bids are due back October 14th. The general contractor bids are due back October 28th. At that time, the board will have to decide whether or not the total delta that's required to get that project to its completion date is worthwhile to move forward with, or if we need to back it up.
Okay, and all of the other items we've reviewed before they've been, I believe.
Yeah, the fire station overhead doors have been circling around. We thought we could get them with ESCO. We can't, and it's become a real problem up there with the repairs. They actually, one of the doors fell on one of our vehicles. So it's kind of reached a boiling point. The others, Minot Beach parking lot was on the annual and we pulled it off. The septic loan program, the 200,000, they've already gone through it. So Board of Health is looking for some more. The permitting system wasn't ready to come to April town meeting, so it wasn't before anyone. That is potentially going to be reimbursable from coronavirus relief funds because it expands our remote access for residents. That we have a preliminary approval, so we may not need to spend those funds out of our own general fund. The yard jockey was the other one that we removed from the annual town meeting, and the other one that I just want the board to be aware of and okay with is the Reservoir Dam project. We did again lose out on a grant project, a grant application on this one. We're going to continue to look for grants, but it's been waiting for grant funds to get to 100% design and engineering so we can put it out to bid for construction. And that seems to be a project that everyone wants to move forward. It has come up in the board's discussions before in recent meetings. So that's how much it's going to cost to get to that 100% point.
Could we just clarify, you say to get to design and engineering, that's not where we're at. This is to do the, Jim, I always get the initials wrong. The 375,000 for the dam project is not design engineering per se.
It's still designed, but it's also permitting. Design engineering.
Permitting piece more than anything. We still would need to go and do the actual design, or is that?
No,
not?
actual construction.
No, I think it's
Gotcha.
Okay. I thought there was a step between this and the construction bid.
There's a lot of permitting involved.
Yeah.
A lot of permitting involved. It's almost counterintuitive. The reservoir is surrounded by wetlands. If you raise the height of the dam, then you you destroy those wetlands because they're not wetlands anymore, they're water. So there's a lot of permitting, plus it's a public drinking supply, plus it'll involve, for lack of a better term, takings, because the water will go up higher on some people's properties. So the permitting for this is quite extensive.
Okay. Are there questions about this Article 7, Mr. Goodrich?
No, I mean, it's very important to make sure, I believe, that we keep moving forward with that. And we're going to let people from the public ask questions. I just know Becky from Water Resources is on, and she may have some comments on the reservoir dam, Madam Chair.
We will certainly invite comments when the board is done deliberating on this article.
Great.
Thank you for reminding me, because this is about the time when I start forgetting stuff. Are there any articles that either Nancy or Jim would like to bring to our attention, or the board would like to review again? The signs was postponed.
Selling the Council on Aging and Minot property?
That was postponed from the last town meeting as well.
The Council on Aging was there too?
Yep. They were both on there. And they're both, did I read that correctly, that both of those sales will go towards reducing the debt for Council on Aging, not just Council on Aging?
It would be both of them, and it's sale or lease. So it would give the board the opportunity to do something with one of the properties if there's a call for it.
Yep. Okay. Any other questions about the articles? Okay. Then, Mr. Goodrich, you are correct. I would be happy to open up to any of the participants if they would like to discuss the warrant articles. Please raise your hand in the participation icon on the bottom. I see Becky there. I don't see your hand up. Okay. Well, there you go.
We'll make sure we have Kevin Cafferty teed up for when the board discusses this again before they vote on it, so he can answer the kind of the technical stuff that's beyond me.
Yeah, good.
Would you like a motion, Madam Chair?
I would, sorry. Yep, I was looking at little hands and there are none. Yes, I will entertain a motion.
Because we can always delete in the future. So this is, right? Yep. Move that the Board of Selectmen include the 18 articles presented in the draft warrant for the November 16th, 2020 special town meeting.
Moved by Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
I guess my only question would be, do we want to take off Article 9 and Article 16, and possibly Article 18 at this point?
Oh, right. So
Yeah.
Article 9 is the reconciliations, which we don't need anymore.
Correct. They're not going. They're not doing revisions at this time and reconciliation. They're keeping everything the way it is.
Okay. And then the other is the citizens petition and council.
Article 16 is Deer Common Drive street acceptance. Again, that we haven't even seen that yet. So just from a timing standpoint, there's no way to get that through traffic rules, planning, and Board of Selectmen before town meeting. So we wouldn't be able to act on that. And then Article 18 is the South Shore Community Action Council.
I would support removing those. Does anyone else feel differently? No?
What is the benefit of doing this right now? Because we haven't discussed a number of these that I've got issues with or want to have discussions on.
To start as I understand it, so that the capital and advisory can also get their calendar put together. We can remove things, I think, right, Jim?
Right, but these are ones that are not necessary at this point. We can have long discussions about the other ones, whether they should be on or off, but these are three that just don't need to be on at this point at all. there's no point in discussing 9 or 16 because they're not going to be before you. Just the community preservation is not doing any rescission, so there's nothing before you for that one. And Deer Common is not going to be ready for town meeting. So those are two that just don't have to be on the warrant at this point, but they've been on our list, the list we provided you before, so they're on there, but those two should at least come off, if not the other one.
All right, so the
Louis,
first
Tony?
two are sponsored by the Board of Selectmen. They're normal, required articles. 3 is sponsored by the school committee, obviously needs a lot of review, but they've put it forward. I mean, in theory, could we deny them the opportunity of putting it on the warrant?
In theory,
In theory.
the Board of Selectmen controls the warrant. You can determine whether something goes on or off. Normally, you would tell someone in advance you're not planning on putting on the warrant, so they would have the opportunity to go out and get signatures. But as a courtesy, it is rare that a Board of Selectmen would deny an elected board the ability to put an article before town meeting.
That's my understanding. So my feeling is we may not support it in the end, but it should be on there. So, oh, did we lose Tony?
I think we did, yeah. I was just,
Hold on. He just texted. Computer problems. Be back shortly. Let's talk about Tony. Okay, Ms. Kern.
move.
I mean, I think we have to wait till Tony gets back, but I think, what Jim's just saying is 9 and 16 are relevant, so we should probably do a vote, removing at least those two numbers. 18 is a citizen's petition. I'm a little uncomfortable removing that just because we haven't heard from them yet. That's my only concern, but I'm happy to make a motion removing 9 and 16.
I agree with you on the citizens petition. If they don't come forward, it can be tabled at the time. Okay. I think Tony made that motion. Okay. I think we should continue. Is he coming in? Let's see. The others are put on the next. Everything else is what we would normally sponsor anyway. Community preservation sponsors their article. The SPED we just postponed. And most of the rest is all postponed. So I think removing those two would make sense to me. Anyone else?
Do you want to wait for Tony, or can we make a motion? What do we? Here?
Well, we have a quorum. I'm just wondering if he's getting back in. I would like him hopefully back. Our next item is the water sewers. Let's see. How about we table it until we have Tony, since he is trying to get back here. And I think if we can do that, we can go on to old business, right? While we wait for Tony to get his tech department to help him.
Sure, I'm fine with that.
Would you like me to do correspondence?
Tony's coming back right now.
He's coming.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, wizard. That's it. Yay! Did you get your tech department? You're muted. We talked about you while you were gone. Unmute. We can't hear you. There you.
There we go.
There you are. You're back to Matt. That's good. So we just, while you were gone, we just said that we weren't, that at least 2 of us were not comfortable taking the citizens petition off the warrant in case they decide that, that they wanted to do that. They have already gathered the signatures, and that we would take off the Deer Common and what was the other one now? I've forgotten already.
The CPC rescissions.
Oh, CPC rescissions. And that because school committee is sponsoring during the kindergarten conversation that while we might have the right to, that it would be bad faith to not put their petition on. We may not end up supporting it, but it should be on the warrant for consideration. That's where we were. That's what you missed.
Great.
So with that, without any objection, I don't see anyone raising their hands still. So Ms. Kern, would you like to revise your motion?
Sure. Move that the Board of Selectmen include the articles presented in the draft warrant with the exception of Article 9 and Article 16 for the November 16th, 2020 special town meeting.
Moved by Ms. Kern. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Conley. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, we will take a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Okay. Got some homework to do. Now the next one's easy. We're just going to talk about water and sewer rates. Our on old business. In a prior meeting, Ms. Holt was kind enough to give us a very detailed proposal of why the rates, water rates and sewer rates needed to be revised to cover expenses that have been approved. And she was presented with some questions and proposals from the board. And I believe you have more information for us to consider. Is that accurate?
It is.
Then I will turn it over to you, Nancy.
Going to attempt to share my screen and not show you my cat again.
We like the cat.
That works.
We
this
want the
time.
cat.
I want the cat too. Okay, so here we go. So hopefully all you can see a PowerPoint presentation in front of you. For anyone who didn't see the first presentation from 4 weeks ago, I apologize if this one seems choppy, but I didn't want to reiterate what we had already discussed and just try to answer the questions that had come up. So helps if I use the right mouse to the right screen. We wanted to look at, provide some background information about the rate structures and the different tiers. We had talked about consumption levels and water conservation and perhaps adding another tier for usage. So I went back and looked at the towns that we use for our comparison bills to see what they offered for tiers. This slide is very difficult to read because of the town of Kingston, which has 7 tiers. So I just did the top 4 tiers because everything caps out at 4 except for Kingston. So it'll tell you the town, whether they bill quarterly or semi-annually, whether they bill in gallons or cubic feet, because everything is a little different. And where they have their breaks for tiers. So like I said, if you're looking at a semi-annual town, you're going to have more usage by the time you hit the next tier. So it's a little hard to go between them. And if you're looking at gallons to cubic feet, a gallon is 7.48 cubic feet, or cubic foot. No, a cubic foot is 7.48 gallons. Somewhere Sean McCarthy is laughing at me. I know what he's doing. To get an idea of how we stand, where you see a red dot is what our system of billing is. So we are a quarterly that bills in cubic feet, and we have 3 tiers currently. But this gives you an idea of where, of the 11 different towns we looked at, that there isn't like a clear trend for someone doing it one way or another, whether it be by frequency, whether it be by unit of measurement, or whether it be by tiers. It is interesting to note that going up to a 4th tier, only 4 out of the 11 communities around us have that, whereas 7 have 3. And another thing to look at, because once you start diving into the data, you just stay down mired in it, and I apologize, but that's where I love to get mired. The differential between the tiers, we talked about that a little bit. If we were to add a 4th tier, what would be the differential between the 3rd and 4th, and what was the differentials between our 1st and 2nd, 2nd and 3rd? And as you can see, 11 different communities, 11 different ways to do it. The board had also asked me to look at Hull, especially in the sewer rates. And the reason why we didn't call Hull out separately is because they were aquarium water. So they were basically the same as Cohasset and Hingham. That's why they weren't called out separately, but I didn't recall that at the time. That's why you see the 227% there. So there really isn't a clear path between the different tiers. So we are the highest when we move from tier 1 to tier 2, and then from tier 2 to tier 3, we're 60%. The proposal that I have before you tonight, it would be if you added a fourth tier to make it a 40% between the third and fourth tiers. Again, your determination, whatever the board determines, there's no wrong or right answer, as you can see, because it's very varied between towns. And some of this, I think, is just not going back and looking at the differentials between the tiers, because Kingston, it's 6%, then 35%, then 4 and 4. It almost doesn't make it worthwhile to have that many tiers. I think what was more important, and I want to thank Selectman Goodrich for his assistance and some of his ideas that he brought forward to me, was to look at some of the usage. So this is one of the slides that I added almost at the very end, was where our usage was. And I'm looking at July of 18 to June of 19, and then July of 19 to June of 20, because those are 2 full fiscal years. And you can see the number of records or number of bills that were generated, readings that were recorded at each tier. So it would go down. So when we look at one of the proposals before the board tonight, this is a tier that I was looking at maybe being a breaking point at this 5,000 level, because you have a drop off after that. And you can especially see it in the second year, July of 19 to June of 20. So this was the first year that we were live, July of 18 to June of 19, that we were live on Munis. So there were bills that, municipal bills that were being generated that weren't supposed to be generated, that were abated. So the usage is a little wonky on this one. I'm more comfortable with the July of 19 to June of 20, because we really had refined those once we got through that first lean process. Those accounts that shouldn't be billed, that should just be read, so that we had consumption data, but not billing data. And I think this shows more. We're always going to have that problem of the latter 3 months of that quarter where they were the pandemic, because we saw usage start to creep up earlier. So there's potentially a pandemic influence here. The original schedules that I ran for the board the day after the meeting that I put in your boxes, which showed consumption, were from September to September. So that would have captured that extra usage. And it's hard to tell if, from the reports of the town administrator and from the water department, we know there has been excess usage because people have been down. We've had more residents who came down earlier and have stayed. But we also had water restrictions with drought. So you don't know how much of that has been tempered. So it's just something to consider as you look at the data. And that's another reason why I backed it up to those full years ending in June. So moving on with potentially adding a 4th tier for usage, 62% currently would be in tier 1. If we added a 4th tier, that would drop down to 61%. The second tier, these top 2 tiers would remain unchanged. That's what our current tiers are. 32% of those who get billed do pay the second tier rate for the usage over 1,201 cubic feet. That would be about 31.6. So there's really no impact for those 2 tiers. When we get down to the 3rd tier, that's where that 5.6 remaining folks fall. So 5.6 of the bills that go of the readings that are taken result in bills that have 3rd tier portions billed out to them. If we were to go to a 4th tier, that would now mean that, yes, everyone who's in the 3rd tier would still remain in the 3rd tier, but then 1.7% of overall readings would be affected by a 4th tier if there was a 5,000 cubic foot break. So it's a very small number of people that would be affected, but these are the largest, and this is residential information that we're looking at. These are the largest users of the system, whether it be due to family size or whether it be due to water use practices, such as irrigation systems that people don't want to use less in order to save the funds. And we do know that there are some users in the system who are not controlled by the cost of the water or by the fines, and will continue that activity regardless. So looking at that, what we had to accomplish in this rate review process is we needed to raise an additional $537,000 in debt, in revenue, to offset increased debt service costs for the projects we discussed in the last proposal. At the last rate presentation, we discussed an 11% increase to the base rate and to the usage rate. If you were to add a fourth tier of usage at 40% higher, a differential of a 40% higher rate on that fourth tier than the third rate, you would only have to increase the base rate and the usage rate by 7%. So by adding a fourth tier, you are able to lower the overall rate that is felt by all of the users. The estimated revenue that would be generated by this is approximately $545,000. So as you can tell, I had fun playing with the system and consumption reports, as I told you I would do. So looking at this as a rate schedule, so the second to last column is what we discussed at our last meeting. So these are all the different rates and what they would be impacted with an 11% increase. And this is now what the second option before the board at this particular rate presentation would be: a 7% increase and adding a fourth tier. We talked about at the last rate review that we have 8-inch water mains, and we don't have a base charge for that, so we need to establish one. And also it's come up that we do have some 1-inch meters that when they need to be replaced due to damage, we had no fee to address that. Our fee addresses the 5/8-inch meters. So when we raised the rates for that to $500 last year to recoup the cost of the labor as well as the cost of the meter, that barely covers the cost of a 1-inch meter. A 1-inch meter is about $480, and then with a $500 fee, you're not recouping the labor. So the water department did bring those two items to my attention and asked, when we talked about the rates this year, if the board would consider addressing those two things. It's not fair for an 8-inch person to pay what a 6-inch person is paying. They should pay a different amount because they are receiving more water. They are paying more for their usage depending on what their actual consumption is. And just because we always want to be mindful of what has happened with the rates over the past 10 years. These are the rate increases that have occurred in the past and what the purpose was for those rate increases. Now, excuse me, if we look at the comparison of the annual water bill, at an 11% increase, it's $674. That should say a 7% increase. I'm sorry, I was having a momentary sewer rate dyslexia there. It would only be $649 on 7,500 cubic feet assumed usage. So it would be less of an impact for people who have 7,500 cubic feet or less. And we are slightly lower than that. That you normally pick something that you can use universally across all the towns. So that would save, it would be, I shouldn't say that, it would be less impactful to most users. The ones that are, as Andrew calls them, the super users, they would feel more of a burden, but that's only fair because they're consuming more water. So the rate recommendation before the Board of Selectmen tonight is to add a fourth tier of usage at 40% at a 40% higher rate differential than the third tier, and increase the base and usage rates by 7% rather than the 11%. By doing that, the addition of that fourth tier will address several things. It encourages the continued water conservation that is very important to preserve the resource, the finite resource we have in the town. It mitigates cost increase that's going to be felt by the average user, and it also provides the additional revenue to offset the investment in the system that we're currently doing to make sure that we have quality water for all residents. It would also, we would recommend to the board to add a new base charge of for an 8-inch meter at 25% higher than the current 6-inch meter, and to add a new meter replacement fee for 1-inch meters of $1,000. I have that feeling I lost you somewhere.
No.
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 That's great. No, Nancy, no, very concisely done. Thank you so much for doing that analysis. I know I have a couple of questions. Can you unshare for a minute before we go on to sewer so I can see everybody? Because I, can't see hands and stuff. Thank you. I have some questions, but I'd like to see if the board would like to chime in first. Okay, Mr. Goodrich.
So Nancy, again, thank you so much. And I too had too much fun looking at these numbers. I mean, the more and more we poured over, again, Nancy's fabulous spreadsheets. I call those people super users. It's the top 2%. It's on average, it's over 3 times the average household usage of water, what some of those houses are using. And it's difficult to think that is just for showers and baths for a large family. It's almost certainly due to flaunting the water restrictions that we have. And I know that having a new tier might motivate some people to then come down and conserve water, but that's exactly the point. Part of the point is to motivate some of those folks to come down. So it's possible that some of the financial savings may not be there, but that's what we want, to motivate some of those folks to conserve. And again, I think Nancy it's almost what is it, 60? I mean, close to 80 to 90% of the folks are in tier 1 and tier 2 anyway, on average. So tier 3 and 4, you're talking just about 10% of the folks who are there. And I think if this can help, really help us conserve water, get that extra revenue in, and help the folks that are conserving, I think it's a win-win.
Great. Does someone else like to chime in? Any other questions? I would say that, oh, sorry, Maura, would you like to go?
Oh, no, go ahead. I'll go after you.
So one thing from the original spreadsheet that we had, and then from this presentation, it looks like, I thought the spread between, if all the people who are the super users have to pay an additional amount, that they would be paying, it would create a big delta. And that should there be conservation, which would be a win, the delta would be smaller, but it still wouldn't impact revenue. And if I looked at the numbers right now, it looks like the spread proposed is only is it only $8,000 between the past structure and the current proposal, if everyone uses what they used to use? Is that right?
That's right, but we're at a different rate of increase. So it wouldn't be 11, it would only be 7.
Oh, okay, that was the difference between, okay. Are we comfortable that kind of margin, if it's a win-win and the super users decide not to use, that we could be going backwards on revenue and not be able to cover our debt? I mean, I don't know where the comfort level is on that. I mean, we won't know until we do it, obviously. Do you understand the question? Where I'm getting at?
Yeah.
Laura, did you want to?
Well, I understand what you're saying. I guess I would ask Nancy and Andrew, who went through the detail of the records, is the sort of the history of the number of users that are in that tier pretty consistent year over year, if you looked a couple years back, Nancy?
Yeah, I can only go back 2 years for that type of consumption data because we've only been on the system for 2 years.
You said that. Okay.
but there was consistency of it being a very small number. So in the fiscal 19, there was, it's very comparable to those people that are in that higher tier. The other, I think, thing to consider is I want to be mindful of the rate increase we asked for, because a lot of this debt that we are projecting is going out in a bond that's going out shortly. And I think we're going to do better than we expect, which will help if we have any part of a shortfall between there. And also we can revisit this and during our next rate review next year and say, okay, you know, we're not bringing in as much revenue because this behavior has changed. My concern is we're not going to be able to see the behavior till we have a year's worth of consumption data again. So we won't know until about this time next year that, yes, because we put these new rates into place and we created this fourth tier, that changed people's behavior. And they may not feel that until they get that bill when they've done irrigation or they've done filling of the pool. So I think some of the persons or entities that would be affected the most, that use the most residential water, might not feel this rate increase necessarily until we get to those high use periods. Because going into winter, the things that you were using them for, you're not going to have the same consumption level. Sorry, that was a ramble.
No, that actually made perfect sense. Mr. Vignani?
Yeah, right off the bat, I think it's a very high increase that we're randomly adding to the people that are using the water. 40% increase for the highest users because we can is exorbitant. It's only 2% of the people, which I get, and I understand the water situations that we're in, but we can't fool ourselves into thinking that we are not saying, okay, we're gonna stick it to you guys that are using the water. Especially given the fact that we don't think that those people are going to stop their usage, right? You're just charging the people that can afford it anyways more money to water their lawn. So I don't think we think it's going to have the impact that we think it is by actually conserving water. We're just taking the burden of taxes and throwing it to the people. They either can pay it or the higher users. Again, it's only 2% of the people or 1.7% of the people. I don't have a huge problem with it, but I don't want to misguide ourselves into thinking that that's not exactly what we're doing. The other thing is I'm wondering why we're not paying attention to the commercial users and where they fall in this chain. And we're not, they are probably the biggest users of our water supply, and we're not having their impact on this or giving them any motivation to conserve water in the plans that we have here. So that's another issue that jumped out at me. Clearly, water is a big issue in the town, and this is a step to fill a budget that just moving tax dollars from one group to another group without really, I think, having an impact that we think it's going to have about increasing water conservation. So that's my opinion.
Can I, Karen, I'll come to you next. Just a couple of comments on that. Tony, is when you look at what we go from tier 1 to tier 2, it's over 300%, which it jumped out at me. Did I read that correctly, Nancy? So we have that, we're the highest and on that whole chart in between 1 and 2. And then the 43%, as Nancy pointed out, data's all over the place. And, it's, I don't think it's out of step with some of the other towns to charge more. So you see where I'm saying that? You're looking for the
I
chart?
see what you're saying, but it's 40% on top of the highest tier 1 to tier 2 rate and tier 2 to tier
Right, it's
3.
obviously it's
It's
cumulative.
cumulative
Yeah.
amount. And where did we come up with 40%? Well, it just happened to be a number that worked out in Nancy's spreadsheet that dropped it from 11 to 7.
Yes.
It's random and it's large. I mean, anybody that's going to get a 40% increase in anything is excessive. So, like I said, we're just moving tax dollars around. And,
Sure. And then on your point on the commercial is, I think you're right, but it's a whole different conversation because I think, 2 of the largest commercial users are nurseries and gardens and things like that, and their business will suffer if they don't use, maybe they can find conservation, but that's a much bigger conversation because we're talking, I think it is because it impacts the economic health
I'm not saying it goes to 0, but I'm saying there's no motivation for them or for restaurants or anybody else to conserve water.
Okay.
I mean, who's to say that? I mean, clearly they're going to use water. That's one of their main products to keep their product alive. But maybe they don't leave it running for 10 minutes after or whatever. Maybe they're more conservative about it as well. I think that's probably an area that if you want to conserve water would have a bigger impact. But again, water's a big issue in this town, so we've got to continue funding the projects to fix it. But I don't think we should try and hide what we're doing.
Ms. Conley, did you want to add?
Yeah, I do. I don't think we're trying to hide what we're doing. I think we're talking about it in public. And I think that the charging more for that top tier is essentially a luxury tax. And they can decide they're not going to pay it and by reducing their use of water. So I'm more concerned about if that top tier does reduce their use of water, which is good. I'm more worried about the impact on the revenues. But I also think it's a win-win to me because we're not imposing a larger increase in the rates on the people who can least afford it, the people in the first couple of tiers, and the people in the top tier, they don't have to use that water. So I think it's completely, they can reduce their bill or they can continue to pay it. And we seem to have evidence of the fact that there are people who don't care if they have to pay a fine because they're using water and they get caught on their lawns, et cetera. There are some people for whom this won't be an issue. I'm not even convinced they probably even look at their water bill. So,
Well, you just made my point. You said it's a luxury tax, which it is.
It is.
And you don't think it's going to have any impact on conservation, which is what we're saying.
I don't know that it will. I don't know. It could. If they don't want to pay that amount to get up to that next tier, then they'll change their behavior. And if they don't, I don't have a problem with them paying more.
Would anyone else like to contribute to this conversation?
Spirited discussion.
Spirited discussion.
Yeah.
You're good, Rich.
No, so I essentially it's like a consumption tax, and the more, once you're at 5,000 cubic feet, it is very difficult to see that this is not water being used for drinking and baths, and that amount of water. And we can, I don't know if anyone, DPW or anyone else would confirm this, but that is a lot of water that's being used for other sources, and especially in times when we need to conserve. But beyond that, and Madam Chair, if you're saying that maybe that instead of a 6%, you want to go back to the 11%, I think those discussions can be on the table for the revenue, because part of this has to be, as Tony said, and I'll agree with him on this point, it has to be part of a larger strategy. And we've talked about having that water resource manager, that part-time person who can go out and do the fees, who can do the conservation, who can make sure all these things work. They can go, and we've had these conversations to go to the businesses and say, here's why you need to conserve. But we don't have that person. That person's not hired, and we need to have them. And so we need the revenues to be able to do all of that. So to have that overarching kind of structure, we have to start with hopefully changing behaviors. And sometimes the best way to do that is through the pocketbook. And I've certainly did not try to hide any of this. We posted on this on Facebook day before the meeting that people can chime in, to make sure that people knew that we weren't trying to pull a fast one, because it's that number is a big number of usage.
Should we see if there are members of the public who would like to participate, as Mr. Goodrich alluded to? Are you? All right, then I will ask if there's anybody participating on the little sidebar, if you could raise your hand. Oh, hands are coming up. I will call on Becky Malamud, our chair of our Water Resources Committee, who has worked on this issue for many years. Becky, are you unmuted?
I am, yeah.
Okay.
So I just kind of want to echo what Andrew was saying, and kind of to Nancy's point that users won't see the impact, those like super users won't see the impact until the winter. And we as a town won't really know if we have realized the potential of the fourth tier until the winter either. We won't see those increased rates. I have a concern that, we need $535,000 to fund this next year of debt, but we have, I forget what the number is, Nancy, $27 million worth of projects coming up in the next 5 years. And I would suggest that we should keep the overall increase at 11% in order to start to put some funding into those future projects, as well as, the dollar amount that we need now. The water department has gotten in trouble in the past just funding exactly what they need each year and not accounting for things that might go wrong, or unexpected expenses that might come up. So I think the 11% across the board will ensure that we will hit that number that we need for the debt, as well as potentially pay towards future work that needs to be done.
But you're saying the 11% plus the creating a fourth tier?
The fourth tier. Yes. Yeah, no, I think the fourth tier is a great idea. I think the numbers support it. We'll see if there's more commentary from other residents. But I think the fourth tier makes a lot of sense. I also think Tony's point is a good one, that to look at commercial entities and see if there's a way to create tiers there. The commercial rate as it is pretty high. But also, be able to provide support for those commercial entities to help them understand how to save water, so that we're not necessarily putting them out of business, but we're showing them how to use water in a better way, and then, charging appropriately for the water.
Okay, so if we look back at the rate increases chart that Nancy provided, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. For the last 9 years, our rates have gone up more than inflation, certainly. And the last 1, 2, 3, 4 years, substantially each year, almost 20% across the board. So I think we've always been trying to balance that, we're making investments, people have approved them and they know that this is coming, and it's always painful when the bill comes, but that shouldn't be a surprise. And then balance that with, we've always tried to kind of, use an overused phrase, flatten the curve on that. I remember a couple of years ago having that conversation of trying to make it as least painful as possible and pay for these investments. So if we were, and I think that motivated a lot of the conversation about, if we could do this sort of, a luxury tax, we could gentle that increase on the lower rate. What does the board feel about putting in a cushion in there for future and investments to go somewhere? I don't know if it's 6 or if it's 11%. What do you guys think about?
Putting a cushion where, Karen?
The cushion in making sure we're starting to build up reserves to pay for some of these investments, or possibly additional staff or whatever it is. If we just do the proposed rate structure right now, we cover what we need to cover, and that's it.
Well, I'd like to propose, I like the idea of the fourth tier. I think this year is an anomaly based on COVID. And I too worry that we go to a completely new model without a couple of more years of data that, or at least one more year, right? I just think the last couple of months is just not the norm. I love the idea of a fourth tier. I just, I am concerned, just listening to all the different commentary. I also agree. I am concerned about the potential of not really realizing the revenue that we need to cover our expenses. And I would just like to say I've never understood that these expenses are to add any new positions right now. I thought they were mostly predominantly for all the repairs and the construction that we have in our infrastructure. We just hired another water employee in the last, year and a half, 2 years. But not that it may not be needed, but I just want to be clear what's on the table. I thought this was really all more for infrastructure that we have already before us. So I guess in a nutshell, I think I would stay with just the 11% if we were to vote for it right now, as is, because I think we need a little bit better data before we make this shift to make sure that we can cover our expenses.
So you're saying 11% and no fourth tier?
I don't see where that fourth tier here is. I guess, is it the same, the 1198 and the 1678?
Nancy, how would that work if we were?
The options are 11% for everybody or 7% for everybody in a fourth tier.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay.
Madam Chair, could you do the 11% and the fourth tier?
Yes, you could.
Yes, we could. I
think from a fiscal standpoint, that's the more prudent thing to do. In case the fourth tier actually works and people stop using that amount of water, we still need the revenue to pay our bills.
Right. Yeah, and so then what would be the increase between, we wouldn't need the 40% from tier 3 to tier 4.
I would leave it the way it is. I would leave the tier 4 as proposed.
As proposed, but 11% across the board rather than 7.
Yep.
Tony, I can tell you definitely you want to say something.
Well, you could raise the fourth tier to 100% increase.
Good.
Or more.
More.
I mean, my point is I don't want to rely on that fourth tier for any revenue because
I don't either.
it could work exactly the way it's intended and have people stop using water. And then I'm not going to bring in the revenue I need to run the system. If they decide to use that water in that tier, then we're back to what Becky was talking about, where we're maybe potentially building up our retained earnings and having some money to cash some of these projects as opposed to carry them on debt.
I agree.
Okay.
Regardless of what we raise the tax or the fee, we're going to be raising it every year for the next 10 years because the capital projects are enormous. We've got to build a whole new treatment facility. So there's $60-80 million of capital that is going to happen. So, I mean, I don't think we should look to try and reduce it for 1 year when we know the next year it's going to go up double digits anyways.
Unless we get revenue from somebody else, like the federal government suddenly says, here's a packet of money to go build a treatment plant.
That would be
I'll hold out hope for that, but we are beating up Congressman Lynch pretty bad on that as best we can.
Wait a minute. You just hedged your bet by saying you don't think that conservation may work, but you think we're going to get $80 million in federal money?
No, I said I don't think we're going to get it, but we're working on it.
Are we going to hope for it?
Was there anyone else that is in the audience or participating that would like to comment on the water rates? We'll go on to sewer in a minute. I don't see anything. Does the board feel, is there anything else the board would like to add to the conversation? Do we feel informed? Do we want to, I would propose that we wait until we have the sewer conversation before we talk about any votes. Did that make sense for everyone? Or do you want to just address this issue now?
Someone make a motion.
I'd rather address it now, yes.
All right. Mr. Vignani, would you like to make a motion?
No.
Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
You want me to do it? Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to increase the water base rates and water usage rates by 11% for fiscal year 2021, establish a new meter replacement fee for 1-inch meters at $1,000, establish a new quarterly base rate for 8-inch meters at $1,743.48, and further to change the existing third tier of usage from 3,001 cubic feet and greater to 3,001 to 5,000 cubic feet, and add a new fourth tier of usage for 5,001 cubic feet and greater. The new fourth tier will be 40% higher than the third tier. All such changes to become effective immediately.
Motion by Ms. Conley. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, we will do a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Nancy, Jim, and Becky for, Becky, you've been living and breathing this for a long time. And Nancy, thank you for addressing all the concerns of the board. And Jim, for your leadership as always. Now we can talk about sewer rates. I saw Will is here somewhere. I think you're a co-host already. Is Nancy, are you presenting or is Will? Oh, you're muted, Nancy, sorry.
I'll present it, that's okay.
Yep, no, that's quite all right.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen again.
Yep.
Here's hoping we're sharing the screen correctly.
Perfect.
It's the presentation.
I can't see it. There we go. So basically for the sewer enterprise, it is the exact same from our prior presentation. There really weren't as many questions from the board about the sewer enterprise. It was more related to water. So we still need to raise the same amount of money. We still have the same rate increase. 1% generates about $16,000. We need approximately $98,000 because happily in the sewer enterprise, the debt is declining. It isn't that level debt that keeps getting added on to that we have going on in the water enterprise. So because of that retirement, the projects that are being brought forward can be partially offset. So the $174,000 that's going to be an additional debt service, part of that, we only need 96 that needs to be augmented with additional revenue sources. The rate increases in sewer have not been as frequent as in the water, but they have in the last several years been felt by the users significantly in their pocketbooks. And that was to make the sewer enterprise self-supporting. This is the last year that the sewer enterprise has a debt exclusion. So after that, it'll be 100% self-supporting. The recommendation that was provided last time and remains true for this presentation is that the sewer rate be increased by 6% for the base as well as for the usage. This will address the Cedar Point debt service project, not the betterment portion, but the town portion. And it'll accommodate it'll create room in the debt service budget for another I&I project, which will allow the system to move forward with its expansion plans. After the bond that is going to be issued in the next couple of weeks, there will only be one outstanding borrowing authorization for the sewer enterprise, and that's the $400,000 to expand, to design and engineer that next expansion. You asked me to look at Hull and what their sewer bill was and add it to the presentation, which I did. Their sewer bill is staggering, and that's based on their rates from 2018. So this would mean if Scituate adopted a 6% increase in its sewer rate, space, and usage, it would fall in the middle of the pack So of the communities listed, only those that are populated actually have town sewer. So several of our neighbors don't have town sewer, they're just fully septic. So that's why this chart looks a little less populous than the other one. That was the end of the presentation. So we would be middle of the pack if we adopted a 6% increase. The 6% would provide the additional revenue we need for that debt service. And that would keep us at self-supporting, which we've worked very hard to get there. And I hope the board will continue to consider it important to keep sewer enterprise as a self-supporting enterprise fund based on its annual recurring revenues and not dependent on its retained earnings or betterments that will only hurt it by using those for future years. Things such as the connection fees from the Toll Brothers, since that project is moving forward faster, those collection fees are coming in, so they will not be living over the 3 to 5 year period we thought. It would be pretty much exhausted over a 2 to 3 year period. And that's part of the reason why we have such high retained earnings this year. And that's another reason why there's an article to sweep some of those retained earnings into the sewer capital stabilization fund so that they will be available for future capital projects. I could have just said ditto, but it seems like it wasn't appropriate.
Great. Great. Thank you, Nancy. Well, our next item is going to be talking about financial policies, one of which is supported by making sure that we do have self-sustaining independent funds or whatever they're called in the, we'll get to that next. Does anyone on the board have questions for Nancy about the sewer or comments about this recommendation? Mr. Vignani.
There's 2 questions. Nancy, I thought we changed the rules several years ago that the revenue, like we don't count the revenue until, for like the Toll Brothers, until the year that it should be. So we don't play that weighted game of getting paid early for stuff. Is that right? I mean, we only put the money in when the house is activated, right?
Right, so we only connect the fee when they actually make the connection.
Right.
To the street.
So we're not going to follow that game where we get prepaid for stuff and it doesn't hit in the right time period.
That potentially could be the problem when Cedar Point goes in. That's our next betterment expansion. That's when the prepayments of the betterments get skewed. They should go out over the whole length of the debt. But when someone prepays, we get the money in advance.
But we adjust for that now, right?
We adjust for it by the fact that we set our rates in a way that that our operating expenses meet our recurring revenues. If we get it in additional betterment money, we can then capture it and put it into the stabilization fund. So sorry, short answer, yes.
No, but I thought we actually pulled it out and we hold it somewhere else. So it doesn't flush through and go to retained earnings.
Until we created the sewer capital stabilization fund, we had no methodology that we could legally do that. We didn't have a vehicle.
So do we have it now?
Yes.
And the other, I just want to make sure that in one of your slides, you said that we can create more expansion of the system. So when you say that, you just mean monetarily, not capacity-wise.
I meant it in the fact that we could move forward with the next phase of I&I, which would be in the Oceanside area, which will create more capacity, which would allow you to move forward with your next phase of expansion.
Well, when we see it.
Right.
Right. We're at 98% right now. So.
Right.
Right. So we have to.
We have work to do.
Right. So I just don't want people to get the impression that there's an expansion coming in the near future until.
Yeah, not until we do more I&I.
Okay.
Good point, Mr. Vignani. Does the rest of the board have any questions about the sewer? I will ask if there are any of the participants on this call have any questions about the sewer. Please raise your hand. Not seeing anybody jumping in to talk about sewer rates, so I will entertain a motion if the board is ready.
Move that the Board of Selectmen vote to increase the sewer usage rate to be increased by 6% from $4.94 to $5.24, and sewer base rate be increased by 6% from $61.69 to $65.40.
Moved by Ms. Curran. Is there a second?
Second.
I'll give to Ms. Connolly, seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote, please. If there's no further.
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. And as promised, the next item on our agenda is the Town of Scituate Financial Policies Update, which Nancy we got a preview already. We've had time to digest it, and I'll let her dive into it. But I did want to note that one of the best statements in this whole thing is that Scituate does not live beyond its means, as a stated policy in this proposal. But Nancy, would you like to give us the cliff notes on this again?
Yes, if I might. My assumption was that due to the level of, or the depth of your agenda tonight, that you would probably not get to this agenda item, or you would want to table it till a further agenda. So I don't have a lot of comments about it. If it pleases the board, what I think myself, Jim, Pam, and Joe are looking for is feedback from the board of things that you like in the proposed financial policies and things you don't like. And I know Karen's reached out to me about reserve levels, and some of the discussions that we've had internally is that there may not be a one size fits all. We have 5 enterprise funds, and to try to say that they should generate X amount of retained earnings or they should have this amount in their capital stabilization funds isn't necessarily true for all of them. I don't need to have $500,000 in my capital stabilization fund for Widows Walk Enterprise, but I definitely want to have it for water because the level of investment in the infrastructure is significantly different. So those are the types of, I think, comments that we're looking for the board just to provide back to us so that we can fine tune this a little bit. As you might have noticed, or you probably wouldn't have noticed, but we're on version 5 right now. And it continues to evolve. There's compliance and reporting things that have been added to that. If you don't like it, do like it. I think rather than a general discussion, which could take a really long time, would be fruitful, but at this time of the night may not be the best use of the board's time. I think we would do better if we could just get that feedback about where it's going and if you like the direction or you want to back it up and talk about certain aspects of it specifically, and we can parse it out. There is no hurry for us to do this. This was something that was brought to our attention by the credit rating agencies, that this is an area where Scituate can improve. And when someone tells you you can improve your financial management, we want to do that. We want to make sure that we have the best financial management for the citizens of the town, and make sure that every safeguard is in place. And I think this dovetails nicely with the fact that there's a charter review commission going on right now, a charter review committee right now, because our charter and our general bylaws are so full of financial guidance and financial oversight. And you don't see that in all charters and in all general bylaws.
Well, I, for one, think that that's a terrific suggestion. That I was afraid that you guys needed the feedback tonight, and I would propose that we accept the recommendation from our finance director and have this at another conversation. If you have interim comments that you can give to Nancy to chew on so that we can be expedient when we do have that conversation, I would direct them directly to Nancy. I know I have just a few questions, but I will remind everybody where we started this meeting this morning. I mean, it did feel like this morning, that our financial reporting received a certificate of achievement and excellence in financial reporting from the Government Finance Officers Association. And it's the box number 3 over here that is primarily responsible for that work. So I feel we're in good hands. So unless somebody raises their hand to say we must discuss this tonight, shall we table? I see no objection. Jim has evaporated into the athletic field. He does have, would you like to present the Widows Walk Clubhouse design to the board this evening, sir? Oh, you're muted. You're still muted. You're still muted.
You can unmute him.
I'm trying. Wait. All right.
Oh,
Don't
you
move.
had it.
Okay. There you are.
Sorry, I'm having problems with my computer, and I lost my Widows Walk Clubhouse design. I sent it to the board a couple weeks ago for you to look at. We're just about getting ready to go out to bid. The cost estimator is finishing up their work. Really, if you look at the existing clubhouse, basically what you see is the area that is the deck of the existing clubhouse becomes the bar space. And then we add a deck on top of that, out front of that for outside seating. And then there's an entry foyer built on the side closest to the driftway, which will be handicap accessible. And then the slight bump out on the backside where we'll put the bathrooms. One of the questions I'm going to ask is why the deck doesn't wrap around to the front side of the clubhouse overlooking the ocean, because that's where the transformer is. We can't move that. One, is too expensive, and two, it'd be way too complicated. So I know Ian and the golf club committee spent a lot of time on this. They've gone back and forth. I think this design makes the most of the site that we have without significantly expanding the footprint and causing us problems with planning and conservation and things like that. We've already had some interest from restaurants to look at the plan, look at what's going to be in there. We expect that when we bid that out, we'll get some really good interest for it this year. But I think this is a real good compromise between really what everybody would love to see and what we can afford to see. And it does the things that we want to do in terms of, I mean, the biggest thing it does is the current clubhouse, current space is really not handicap accessible in any usable fashion. You can't close the pro shop if the restaurant's open, because the only access to the building is through the pro shop. So the pro shop is basically open when if there's a function or something going on in the facility. So this makes really, really good use of the space within our budget.
Great. Great. And does the board have any questions or comments about this design?
I just have.
Yep. Go ahead, Ms. Curran.
This is great. I mean, I don't think it's really that different than what they presented to us for the original proposal. When we get the specs, Jim, I'd be really interested in understanding what the exterior fabrication, materials are.
Yep. And I have those. I can send those to you tomorrow. The idea is kind of Cape Cod-y, nautical
I
theme.
have a better idea of that, just because.
Yeah, I can send you a picture of that. And actually, Ian had a good idea. He wanted them to add an actual widow's walk type of structure to the top of it. But it really is kind of to fit in with that nautical seaside theme. But I have pictures of those. I can send them.
Okay, that'd be great. And I don't know if everybody knows, but the way in which the bar is set up is that glass door closes off for, colder temperature, right, Jim?
Yeah.
And then it opens up for nicer days to have additional seating out there. So I thought that was a great design.
Great. Any other comments on Widow's Walk design?
I'll just add, I think that the whole committee did a great job, and I think it makes a lot of sense what they're doing. It certainly needs to be spruced up. Jim, is there anything going into the parking lot as part of this project?
The parking lot will be a phase 2 of the project. There's not sufficient funding to do it as part of phase 1. So the parking lot will be phase 2.
Okay.
Okay. Other questions, comments? I will go on the record as saying, I think the entrance to the bar here needs to be over here on the other side, so that all the seating over here looks out at the view. Just my little pet peeve on this. I know.
About the transformer.
Well, there'll still be views of the ocean. You have to look past the transformer. Doesn't stick up above the
And that will be
window line.
screened in and landscaped around.
Fine. I'll defer to the architects, but okay. Thank you for sharing that. Is there anyone who is participating who's still with us who wants to talk about Widows Walk design? Please raise your hand. Don't see anyone doing so. So we have new business, and let's see if we can get through this as quickly as possible, and then we can make a determination on if we're going to get through the whole agenda tonight. The first item is to discuss and vote Keno 7-Eleven license. Jim, do you want to just?
Yeah, basically it's a request from 7-Eleven to put a Keno machine in. If the board objects, then they have a license before the Mass State Lottery Commission. But it's just a request for a Keno.
Didn't they have one there a long time ago?
They did have one, but it changed ownership, so.
Okay, so this is to transfer the license, basically, but they have to get their own?
They have to get their own. Expired, yeah.
Okay.
Have it.
Is there any, does the board have any comments about this particular item? Does the public have any comment
Well,
about it?
I'm not a big fan of the Keno machine. I think they had it before, and they'll probably get it from the state if we say no, but I'm not a big fan of having it in the 7-Eleven there.
I believe you said that last time, too. Have there been any problems in that or any other facility in the town that we're aware of?
Not that I'm aware of, not with Keno. And
Yeah, there's how many, like 3? Something like that? Lorraine, do you happen to know?
I don't know, but there's a lot at all the restaurants and all the bars.
Yeah.
They've already applied to the State Lottery Commission. You've got a letter here attached from mid-September from the Lottery Commission.
I think we, doesn't Sand Hills have one, I believe, Lorraine?
Scituate Tavern has one.
They all have
I know the restaurants have them. I'm just thinking of another.
Sand Hills. Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. They're going to get it anyways, but.
Well, they're going to get it unless you.
Well, they can appeal to the state anyways.
Right, I think
We actually have to appeal.
unless you had a specific reason, aside from the fact that we're not a big fan of Keno, the state's gonna award the license. So.
Would you like a motion, Madam Chair?
Yes, I was going to, would someone else like to make a motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen approve a Keno license for 7-Eleven located at 337 Gannett Road in Scituate, Massachusetts.
Moved by Ms. Curran. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Goodrich. Is there any further discussion? And then seeing none, I will ask for a roll call.
Ms. Canfield.
Yes.
Mr. Vignani.
No.
Ms. Conley.
A man of conscience, yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Ms. Curran.
Yes.
Did we get Mr. Goodrich? All right, that passes 4-1. And we will move on to a discuss vote of a one-day wine and malt license. Would someone like to make a motion?
Will the board select and approve a one-day wine and malt license to Catering by Michael for an event at the Scituate Maritime Center on October 18th, 2020 from 11:30 till 3:30?
Moved by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Curran, any more discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield.
Yes.
Mr. Vignani.
Yes.
Ms. Conley.
Yes.
Ms. Curran.
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0. Next item is appointment of election poll workers. We have done all of the poll workers, but because of the extraordinary circumstances this year, there's a supplemental list. Would someone like to make a motion?
Move to appoint the following election workers for the town clerk supplemental list: Jennifer Adams, Rebecca Fawcett, Robert Munn, and Nancy Warner.
There's a motion by Mr. Vignani. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Curran. Is there further discussion on this? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
I
Next,
just want to say thank you to all those people, Karen, because so many folks are stepping forward and it's so important. So thank you for them for volunteering.
yes, it is great. And I had to say, I did on a primary day, I went in to ask the town clerk how she was doing. Was she concerned about having it? And she said, I have more volunteers than I know what to do with. So the town is, of course, stepped up. So yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Just go vote. And just as an aside, and nobody's watching now, but if you ever get this far in the video, Kathy, our town clerk, did a great overview last week's update about how to appropriately vote and make sure your vote's counted. So we are up to board committees and appointments. I would suggest that we go to the renewals and get those squared away before we entertain any conversation about the applicants. Is there an objection to that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. We don't, there's no renewal doesn't take any precedence over a position from a new applicant. So just because you're up for renewal doesn't mean you're going to get renewed. So I think they should be looked at in totality.
Okay, very good point. Well, I will. Then,
Ms. Chair?
yes.
What does everyone think about talking about this on the 15th after we interview the equity and diversity group? We could take this group and vote on, because I just really am not up for another 30-minute discussion on appointees right now.
I have no objection to that. Does the board?
I agree.
To those who are sitting, I see we do have some of the candidates waiting there. We've enjoyed your company, but we want to make sure that we respectfully and appropriately review, because we have so many good applicants. So I think that would be a good idea. We are meeting next, as noted before, we're in the meeting next Thursday to interview, I believe, 14 candidates for diversity and equity. And I think at that time, then we could go through the rest of the appointees, make it a whole day of board and committees. All right, is there an objection to this proposal? All right, seeing none, I will see if there are any liaison reports that must be made tonight. Nobody finds it. Okay, I already noted about the master plan meeting next week. Correspondence, Madam Clerk?
Yes, very quickly, we got a notification from Comcast that they will notify us, they are notifying us that they will notify us when they adjust their rates at a later date. Bizarre.
Oh, goody.
Yeah, it's a notification about the notification. We did receive from Plymouth County 3 correspondences relating to the grants from the CARES Act. We already had that in our grant list, I think, so I won't bother to go through that. Everyone mentioned, a couple of people mentioned, Jim referred to it, and Karen Canfield referred to the Government Finance Officers Association Award that Jim, Nancy, and the finance team received. And that was nice to see. And we did receive a letter, an email from Jean Schildneck, and it was a very long letter about the problems that have been identified at the high school. We were simply copied on it, and but they did send it to the school committee. And the master workshop, Jim mentioned it, and so did Karen mention it. I think a couple of people mentioned it, and that is it.
Great, thank you. We have, the next item is to adjourn, approve minute meetings. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept the meeting minutes for the Board of Selectmen meeting held on September 22nd, 2020.
Moved by Ms. Kern, seconded by
Seconded.
Mr. Goodrich. Roll call vote, please.
Canfield,
Yes.
Mr. Vignani,
Yes.
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
Then the second to last thing on our agenda is it's adjourned to sign documents, but we're going to be moving on to executive session. So I don't think we adjourn, but I will remind the board, since we are not physically together, if you could please stop in to see Lorraine sometime tomorrow to sign any documents. I assume there are documents, Lorraine?
Yes, there are, and we have a lot that need to be signed. And if you could please return your board and committee books to me so that we can continue to update them as we progress through the process. So bring your books in, come in and sign, and check your mailboxes, please.
With that, unfortunately, we do have one more item to talk about this evening, and it is an executive session. So I would like the chair would declare that an open meeting may be detrimental effect on the negotiating position of the government body to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property known as the Lion's Head / Bleaky Farm, and the board will not reconvene in open session. Do I have a motion?
Move that the Board of Selectmen go into executive session to consider the purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property, Lion's Head, Bleaky Farm, and the board will not reconvene in open session.
Is there a second on that motion?
Second.
Second by Ms. Curran. We will require a roll call vote.
Ms. Canfield,
Yes?
Mr. Vignani,
Yes?
Ms. Conley,
Yes.
Ms. Curran,
Yes.
Mr. Goodrich.
Yes.
The motion passes. Good night to everyone who has stayed up with us. We will be now going into executive session. We will not return to an open session after the conclusion. Good night, and we will see you next Thursday.
Night.
So long.